Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the HerStory Online Summit, September 2021. This is your host, Getrude Matshe, here in beautiful Melbourne, Australia. I'm joined by my co-host, Ruth Ndengwani in Zimbabwe. Welcome, Ruth.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. How are you doing, Gertrude?
I am awesome, excited to introduce our first panel of speakers. But before I go into that, I just want to welcome everybody to the HerStory movement. For those of you who haven't heard about us, who are wondering what this is all about, the HerStory conference is an online women's movement started in 2019 in New Zealand. So I am based in New Zealand. The vision and the passion behind our organization is to connect people one story at a time, one woman at a time when we launched. In the last 2 years, our movement has attracted an amazing range of male speakers. So you'll be meeting some of our male speakers today. We decided that until we start bringing men into the rooms where we discuss women's issues, nothing much is going to change for the condition of women worldwide. So it's an absolute honor to be introducing some of our male speakers. So 25% of our speakers are male. We have a vision that we can change the world one story at a time, one person at a time. And all of our speakers will come and share their personal stories, their business stories. All of the stories range from business and entrepreneurship, health and wellness, family and relationships, creativity, social justice, and spirituality. So you're going to experience a wide range of speakers. And the way the summit runs is we will play 5 videos, one after the other. Then we bring our speakers online for a Q&A session and a fireside chat at the end of the first session. So if you are online on Facebook, on YouTube, you can participate by typing in your questions in the chat. It could be questions, it could be comments. Please interact, please get involved because we really value your input as well. So our first presentation is coming from Nancy Barrows. It's an interview that I did with her. She is based in the United States. The next speaker is James Huan in Sydney, Australia. We have Angela Cassis coming to us from Israel. Ashley Blanshaw is coming from the United States. And Bronte Hamilton is based in Wellington, New Zealand. That is the lineup of the first 5 speakers. We will give you their bios just before we have the fireside chat when we introduce each of them. And we will be discussing each of their presentations with you as well. Ruth, have I left anything out?
I think that's it. Just looking forward to hearing the different inspirational stories and connecting with women and men from different parts of the world. Angela is from Palestine, not Israel.
Oh, sorry. The other one. Thank you for the correction, Ruth.
Yes.
Oh, wow. So at least we have people being represented from all over the world. This is really exciting. So we'll go right into it and start off with our first 5 speakers, and then you will get to meet all of them during our fireside chat. Here we go. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the HerStory TV and the HerStory podcast. This is Getrude Matshe here in beautiful Melbourne, Australia today. And I am graced with the presence of yet another fascinating lady coming to us all the way from the Pacific Coast, US. Welcome,
Recording in
welcome,
progress.
welcome to our tribe.
Thank you.
Please tell everybody your full name, where you're based, how old you are, and share your story with us today.
Absolutely. Thank you. Such an honor and privilege. My name is Nancy Barrows, and I am based in sunny Southern California in Los Angeles. And I'm 48 years old, and my story is complicated and long like most people's. It starts when we're born and goes through our lifetime, but I wanted to share a defining moment with you today. So my story is somewhat hard to receive, and I give everyone permission to receive it however they do. There's no judgment on my part. I've felt everything that you could possibly feel in receiving it. So about 8 months ago, I started on LinkedIn and was asked to do a 24-hour telethon that was raising money and awareness for a platform that was about connection over convenience, real connection, real honest conversation, and was invited to speak. And I'm there, talking, and I keep talking about my childhood trauma and how it shaped me, my childhood trauma. And in the middle of this discussion with a panel, it hits me. And in my head, I say, Nancy, you're part of the problem. If you can't talk about it, how do you expect anyone else to talk about it? And so without thinking, I just started telling my story. And my story is that I was sexually abused by my grandfather till I was 16 years old. I quickly, after that happened, it was released into the legal system is how it came out. It was unleashed on my family as I saw it at that age. And then things that followed were an eating disorder. I did confront my grandfather. I experienced many major depressive episodes along the way. And my story goes from there. But the defining moment for me after sharing it was realizing that for the first time in my entire life, I had just committed to being 100% real 100% of the time, and how empowering that was, and how I felt like I could stand up taller and was stronger. And that led me to start the Radiating Real campaign, which is all about taking off our masks and showing up authentically and giving each other that love and acceptance. And throughout all of this, I have made the commitment to show up as is. So that means I'm not showing up only on my good days. I show up when I'm crying. I show up when I am so exhausted that I went to bed with my makeup on and I wake up like a raccoon the next morning because it's all over my face. It's the power of being who we are, the beauty of taking off our masks. And, my mask followed me all the way through 16 years into my marriage. And I had gotten so good at masks that even I didn't recognize it. And he was a good man, and it wasn't a bad marriage, but I had managed to recreate the emotional dynamics of my abuse relationship. And so for me, there's all these reminders along the way that mental wellness isn't a place you reach and you put a plaque on your wall. It's every day. It's every day. Do you choose to have gratitude? Do you choose to be positive? Do you choose to learn from your past and invite it to walk along with you? I spent so much time trying to outrun my past and literally physically moving and bringing my story with me till finally having gratitude for all of it and letting it walk along with me, because the lessons I learned were invaluable. The lessons I learned were allowing me to help other people. And that for me, there were several kind of pivotal moments for me in my story, very quickly condensed here. But yes, that is part of my story, because it continues as always to be written.
Wow. It's amazing that you found power in taking off the masks. A lot of times we don't even realize how much effort it takes to keep that mask on, to show up as 50% of who we really are. And it sounds to me like you harnessed all of that energy, all of that power, and it has totally transformed who you are right now. What do you think happens when you show up 100% you to other people?
Well, there's a couple of things that happen. You show up 100% real to people who know you and are not used to you that way. And I had lots of people walk away. A lot of people did not like it. It made them uncomfortable that I was showing up as who I was. Yes. And for whatever reason, that was threatening to them. They didn't like it. I changed the dynamic. It didn't serve them the way it once did. And typically those are people who are not real themselves and they're not ready to be in that space. But more often than not, what I find when I take off that mask and I show up real, I make genuine, heartfelt connections with like-minded, like-hearted, like-souled people. And that ignites in them a desire to want to show up the same way I do, right? Real and owning it, to then inspire someone else to do the same. I lost my community in my divorce, and I was pretty determined not to build one again because I didn't want to experience them leaving. And when I started showing up real, what I realized is the community I lost, the people in my life who made me feel like I was people drained instead of people energized, were just in a very different space than I was. And when I started showing up as me, who I really am, I found my people. I found the people who take a step forward when everybody else wants to take a step back. That when you fall in that hole, they climb down the ladder and sit next to you. They don't just look down and go, oh, you're in a hole. And that has been so powerful to me.
Wow. And it's almost as if you have magnetized yourself to your tribe. The people who get it, who you don't have to explain anything to. And sometimes we do have to lose a few so-called friends. And when you look back, were they really friends? Or were they in your life for another reason?
And I think that one of the things we forget is that we are constantly shedding friends. But when we're younger, we don't see it or feel it the same way because it's sort of part of our process. If you move from elementary school to a different middle school, right, you have new friends and the old ones fall off. You do it again when you go to university, or maybe, when you move, or you then go to, get married and you combine with another group of friends. But I think when we start to feel it as adults is when we are quote unquote stable. And those people come in and out of our lives and we can see it and don't have the same quote unquote tangible reasons for why that would happen. And it starts us wondering exactly what you're saying is, why were they in my life? Hopefully you're questioning not so much the why and the wasted time and go on down that route, but the what lessons did I learn route, and why was it important for this person to come in my life at the time they came into my life, and to just understand we all have seasons. Just like the earth has seasons, we have seasons, and people are going to be with us for one season, for a year, for many years, and some will be with us forever. And that's part of our growth and part of the cycle we all need to go through.
Now, in owning your story and literally taking it back, what did that do for the trajectory of your life? A lot of people get stuck in the past. What has this done for you?
Gosh, I'm so lucky and so fortunate. And it's funny, when I started talking about it, people were worried that because I was talking about it so much that it would bring up some sort of bad feeling or cause some sort of setback for me. And it was quite the opposite. Every time I was able to tell my story, talk to someone who came to me saying, they were moved by it, or they had had a similar situation. They had never talked to anyone, and I helped them feel empowered and, quote unquote, normal, not alone. I realized it gave me opportunities to rejoice in my experiences. It wasn't holding me to the past. It was really giving me gratitude for what had happened and moving forward with that. To what happened was I say it's like a butterfly coming out of a cocoon.
Yes.
Like that metamorphosis happened. I shed all of that extra weight because, like you said, wearing those masks, it's exhausting. I remember being in college and late high school and pretending, doing what everybody else was doing, and I had no interest in doing it. So dating wasn't something I was interested in. Given my experience, I was not yet in that place and had not healed those wounds yet. But man, was I going to date because I wanted to look good. I mean, I learned at a very early age that one of the messages I received was, if I show up as people expect me to show up, they will leave me alone. And that was crucial. That was crucial for my abuse because I was hiding that secret. My life depended on it. So I didn't want anyone to look at me twice. So if I showed up the way people expected me to, that was good. And that's the first mask I put on. The first mask I put on.
So it's really basically living on other people's expectations of you.
losing your
And the
sense of
minute,
self, right? Being defined by
yeah.
the outside, and all of it being motivated by hiding what was really happening and what was really me.
Now, like I said, a lot of people get stuck in their pasts. What are the lessons? What was the blessing from the experience that you had when you look back in retrospect?
There are so many, actually. The first one that pops into my mind is not one I think that people usually think of, but it brought me so much closer to my family. So my core family is safe, and they were loving, and they never questioned and support, everything they could have done to make the best of a terrible situation they did. And they were there every step of the way. And we had some very hard conversations and went through some very tough, very, very tough times together. And it has strengthened our bond. And so I have a relationship with my mom and dad and my older brother that is real. I can talk to them about things that are going on in my life, even if there are things that you wouldn't normally tell your mom or your parents or your dad or your big brother, but I have that relationship. I've been gifted that because of what we went through together. That doesn't speak to any of the skills and tools that I have to help other people to be able to guide. And I talk about being a Sherpa, because coaching doesn't feel right. I have been given the privilege and the gift of being able to be with people on their journey and guide them to where they want to go, to what's calling them, what's their inner truth, their inner voice, finding that voice. And that, to me, comes from my past experience, from everything that I went through, that empathy, that intuition, that sense of how to heal, and tools to use, and tangible things or actionable things that you can do, all are because of that. I say all the time that, that little 4-year-old, when the abuse started, she was so wise and so brave and so brilliant. And I thank her every day, because she did what she had to do to get me to 5 years old, to get me to 6 years old, 7 years old, to get me to the point where I could heal, where I could be here. I believed I was broken beyond repair. I absolutely thought I was never going to heal. And in my 20s, I would go to sleep at night and pray to get hit by a bus tomorrow, because taking my own life wasn't an option, but I didn't really want to live. And so the fact that I can go days without remembering that I was anorexic, or think of myself as having been a person who experienced sexual abuse, is miraculous to me. The thing I most struggle with is my mood and depression. And I never would have thought that at 20. I mean, at 20, again, the words I used were broken beyond repair. And that's exactly how it felt. And so going through everything I've gone through, I created a tool belt. I gained resiliency. I gained perspective. I was led to be a speech language pathologist that helps people with communication and to share their voice. I work in an area where kids experience trauma every day. It is the norm, not the exception. And because of who I am and what I've been through, I don't look at that child and label them a bad kid. The first thing that comes to mind to me is, if they had a better way of telling me what they needed to tell me, they would.
Yes, they would.
Yeah, they would.
Wow. So let's take you back then to that young child. What would you have wanted somebody to say when you went through this experience?
Yeah. What I would love to see happen today, the little girl that I was, it's so funny. I have a picture of her next to me all the time, because when I get frustrated with things or think I'm going to give up and stop, I remind myself that she never did, and I can't let her down. But what would have been wonderful, and it's the conversations we need to be having today, are somebody talking to me about my body and my boundaries, and that it was mine and I could change my mind every time. I did it with my nieces and nephew, and I would bathe them. It's like, is it okay if I wash your vagina? And they would say yes or no. And I would ask again the next time, because they have every right to change their mind. If the people around me were talking about it more openly, and creating a safe space, and a space where you knew you could be unconditionally accepted and loved, maybe I would have felt more comfortable. But I lived with a lot of shame. I lived with a lot of shame, and I didn't know that's not how people loved you. No one talked about it.
And I think it's the shame that holds a lot of women in captivity when
Yes,
they've had these kind of experiences.
I agree.
How did you manage to get rid of that feeling? How did you manage to come to terms with where you're at now?
Yeah. Shame is insidious.
Mm.
Absolutely insidious. And it took me a long time to change the thinking in my brain that it was my fault,
Yeah.
to understand how it came to happen and why it would go on for so long. Because people will say to me, well, why didn't you just say no? It wasn't an option. It just wasn't. And why didn't you just tell someone? I couldn't. Shame kept me where I was.
Yeah.
But in learning more about the dynamics and how these relationships are built and grooming and why do you get stuck there, it allowed me to have a better rational understanding.
Yes.
And then I could have my mind move with me. It's one of the reasons I have that little girl, because in therapy, I would look at her and say, what did I expect from her? Realistically, would I tell her that she did something wrong, that she was to blame? I never would. So I don't, as my adult self, get to go back and do that to her now.
Yeah.
And that was part of what freed me, is to understand that gratitude for what that little girl did to get me through. Yeah. And that there wasn't shame, that was extraordinary. And that my coming out the other side thriving was something to be celebrated. These were not things to be ashamed of. These were badges of honor and, just, again, places that I started to see differently because I allowed myself to. And I will say shame, the helpful is I remember the first 3 women that I told my story to. And I was so fortunate because nobody was disgusted, which I was sure they would be. Nobody went screaming out of the room. Again, I was sure they would. And nobody looked at me with pity. Yeah. They saw me as the woman I was. That is
so special.
And that helps lift that shame. I tell someone and I'm unconditionally accepted and loved. Well, it's hard.
Wow. So if there was somebody who's listening to our conversation right now, who's gone through a similar experience, has never told anybody, doesn't even know where to start to heal, what 3 nuggets of wisdom would you give them?
Everybody's journey is different. You need to toss that internal report card where you're comparing yourself to other people. Sit with how much effort, energy, and how much of your life the secret is taking up.
Because it takes a lot of energy, right?
It takes a lot of energy. And for me, I had to look at it, even as I was healing, like the known became far less comfortable than the unknown. When I looked at it that way, like I knew what my life would be if I kept going at each stage. If I stopped my healing here, then I knew what that was going to be. And at some point it was like, nope, I'd rather go out into the unknown, because I know what this becomes. I know where this goes. I know that I'm trapped and I don't get the life I not only deserve, but desire. And so for me, that was the piece of being brave and finding a person who steps forward. I encourage people like, hey, if you need a positive experience of telling someone for the first time, I'm here. I'm here. And I do understand. One of the things I can say from the depths of my heart is I understand, because I've been there. Yeah. And I think having a positive experience when you tell someone for the first time shapes the course of how you then move forward.
Oh, wow. So if you were to teleport into your future, we've talked to the younger you. Let's now take you at the age of 100, if time was an illusion, and you could have a conversation with that 100-year-old you, this wise woman who's gone through so much in her life, but has also transmuted all of that pain into gold. And if you could have a conversation with the future you, based on how you're living your life right now, what would you say to her?
I'd tell her how proud I am of her, of how much she's done, how many lives she's changed, how brave she was when she didn't want to be. There are times that I say, to the universe, like, I'm strong enough, I've helped enough people, it's okay, let somebody else take over. But to my 100-year-old self, thank you for not stopping. Thank you for all the lives you've transformed. Thank you for all the ways you've made a difference. And thank you for all the lessons that you stuck through. I think every day I'm in awe of my spirit in a way that with everything I've been through, I haven't broken. I may have felt broken, but I haven't broken. And whatever that voice is inside of me that keeps me going, I will thank that 100-year-old woman for listening to it every time.
Fantastic. And then that really leads on to, the best way to live is to trust that you're born with all the knowledge, all the knowing. Your future self is there waiting for you to catch up with her. And sometimes when you doubt yourself and you're not sure what to do, she's the best person to consult. Mm-hmm. I do that a lot in meditation. When I'm struggling with something, I have conversations with the future me and I ask her, what am I supposed to do next?
Right.
And sometimes it'll come in the form of a dream, or it can come in the form of another human being that I connect with the next day and I'm sharing something and they say something. The guidance is always there and it's internal. Wow. Powerful, powerful work you're doing.
Thank you. I often ask the universe to show me how it gets better.
Oh, I like that.
Show me how it gets better.
Show me how it gets better.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Now, this tool belt is the last thing I'm going to ask you about. It's so visual in my head. My husband is a bit of a handyman, so I could see the concept of having a tool belt. What do you have in your tool belt?
Oh my goodness. I have the knowledge to share with people. I have this amazing ability. When people tell me what it is, like when we talk, they honor me with feeling comfortable and trusting me. And in doing that, I get to see where they want to go and it's clear to me. And so I have every tool from meditation and, positivity, and I write affirmations every day to, go outside and put your feet in the grass or sit with it. Imagine it one way. What comes up for you? What do you see? Sit with it this way. Yeah. What would this do? I like to tell people, I tell all of the people I work with, my clients, one of the first things we do is we create our success room.
Okay.
In our heads. We create that success room. We know exactly what it looks like, what it feels like, how it's decorated, who's there. Mm-hmm. And you walk in, and one of the first questions I ask is, okay, so who is there? Who's in your success room?
Yeah. Oh, I love that. That is so beautiful. Mm-hmm. You have to visualize it. You have to see it in the future before you create it in the present.
And when we do that, like you said, in asking your 100-year-old self, things show up or don't. And that's to trust there's a reason for it.
Wonderful. Nancy, it's been an absolute honor interviewing you today. Thank you so much for being so authentic, being real, showing up as 100% you. I think when we do that, we give other people permission to do the same. And that's why you're connecting with people on such a high level. Thank you to everybody who's tuned in today. I told you we have some of the most fascinating women who are stepping forward to share their stories, because we do change the world through our stories, one woman at a time, one person at a time. So join me again tomorrow when I come back with yet another amazing guest. Nancy, have a fantastic day. And thank you, everybody. See you very, very soon. This is Getrude Matshe in beautiful Melbourne, Australia. Bye for now.
How many of you want to enjoy more of life every day? And how many of you want to be in control of your circumstances instead of the other way around? How many of you want to be able to say that your life has made an impact in the lives of others? And what if I told you that you are closer than you think you are right now? Hello, my name is James Zhang. I'd like to first introduce you to my family. Here's a portrait we had taken about 3 years ago, shortly after our youngest son Levi was born. On the right hand side is my beautiful wife Sherelle, my lifelong partner and best friend, my oldest daughter Sophia in the middle, Joel on the left hand side, and Levi in mummy's arms. This particular photo that we taken was the very first time that we did a professional photo shoot. And I remember that took about half a day. You can see in my face, if you focus in a little bit, I'm kind of struggling to hold my son Joel because he's very ticklish and he's a bit of a goofball as well. I was kind of smiling in that picture, but in the back of my mind I was thinking, boy, you better hold still. That day, there was probably only a few moments where Levi decided to be calm. Every other time, he was just crying, unsettled, and we're just thinking, my gosh, this is so hard. Why did we decide to do this? Thankfully, the photographer said that we can Photoshop this, we can choose some pictures and make it work, and we were quite relieved about it. So why am I telling this story? Well, number one, I believe it's really important for humans these days to connect beyond just the workplace, and it starts with inviting others into our own personal lives. The second point is that sometimes you can look at other people's lives on social media and what they're doing, and you can think, wow, gosh, they seem to have it all together. They seem to do things really, really well. Well, most of the time, that couldn't be further from the truth, especially in my case here, is that it was quite a struggle that day, but the few moments that we were able to capture were quite wonderful. The good news is that we can choose and we can change the situation to how we would like it to become. A little bit more about myself. As you can tell, I'm a father, I'm a husband, I'm a Christian, I'm also a musician. I'm a Gallup certified strengths coach and a certified speaker, trainer and coach on the John Maxwell team. My primary love language is words of affirmation, and my top 5 Clifton strengths are connectedness, developer, positivity, belief and strategic. And my why is to help and inspire others to live a full life through unconditional love. And today, I want to fulfill that purpose by sharing with you 4 moves that will help you to live a full life. And as I said, the title of my talk today is to make your move. Before I go into these 4 moves, I want to quickly share my story with you. I grew up on a typical Chinese background where academics was really important. We had a lot of tuition, we had a lot of studying, and that was really, really important to us. At the age of 7.5, I decided, hey, it'd be great to learn how to play the piano. Well, thanks to my parents for seeding the idea into me. I thought it was a great idea at the time until I sat down and actually had to practice. There were many tears at the piano and there was a lot of discipline happening at the time. But something unexpected happened when I started high school. My dad had left us. He went to China to start a business. And in doing so, he borrowed more money out of the home and the mortgage in order to do that. Little did we know at the time that he'd be gone for quite a substantial amount of time. In fact, all of high school, he wasn't around, which required my mum to really provide and be the single income earner to take care of my brother and I, my older brother and I. She would work 7 nights a week for as long as I could remember. During that time, I didn't really have a father figure or anybody to really discipline me, and I grew distant with my older brother as well. I became rebellious, I hung around with the wrong crowds, and I started to skip school. My grades would continually decline, and at the end of the high school years, it never really improved. The situation never really improved. I'd had these bad habits deformed. One thing I did have was that I could play the piano. I had been able to persist through all of that and complete all of my 8 grades. And I thought, well, if there's nothing left, I do love the piano and I'd like to be a musician. I will audition for the Sydney Conservatorium of Music. And so it was a few days before the audition. I attended my friend's 18th birthday party, but I did something really stupid at the end of the night. And that stupidity ended up with me breaking my arm and I had to be taken to the hospital. This was days before the audition. So my hopes and my dreams to continue on were dashed. So you might think about, well, what now? What has he got left? Sometimes it's what you have left in your hands that holds the promise of a better tomorrow. We can focus on the things that we've lost, we can focus on the things that we don't have anymore, or we can focus on what we can do now. And thankfully to my mentors that were part of my youth group in my church, and my family and my friends kick-started my career. And I started at the bottom, sorting mail, packing boxes. But as a coach who would now coach teams and leaders and senior leaders and chief financial officers, opportunities that I would never thought I'd have back then. But it was a journey, it was a process. And the process always requires us to choose who we want to be today to determine who we'll become tomorrow. Dr. Stephen Covey said it best. I am not a product of my circumstances. I am a product of my decisions. And so here I want to share with you the 4 moves that you can take to living a full life every day. The first move is to move with purpose. We need to ask ourselves the big question right now. Where is it that we want to go in life? Which direction do we want to take ourselves in? What do we want to be remembered for? This began for me when I was lying in the hospital bed in finding, well, what now? And thanks to my friends and my mentors and my youth pastor, I was able to think about, well, I can do something now. I can still mentor some of the younger kids in our youth group, and I can find a job with what I've got left. So over the years, I was able to discover that I had a deep passion for help. I had a deep passion for mentoring and learning others be the best version of themselves. And that led me on to the journey to becoming a coach, to becoming a Gallup certified strengths coach, and to continually do what I do that I love every single day. What's the point on finding out? Your purpose though? What's the point of finding out what your passions are? The point is that if you know what you love, if you know what it is that drives you, that motivates you, then you can be more intentional with choosing the things that you want to do every single day that will add value to other people, as well as bring value into your own life. I love this saying by T.D. Jakes. He says, if you can't figure out your purpose, figure out your passion, for your passion will lead you right into your purpose. So if you don't know what that is, start searching for it now. Here's a picture of me leading a youth band. This is their very first time at Christmas, playing live in front of a live audience. And you can see the proud mum at the front taking a video of 2 of her boys. Now that would never have happened if I hadn't pursued in looking at what I could have left. And through playing the piano and serving in our local church, I was also able to learn how to sing. Here's another photo of me at work leading a meetup group for about 100 people. This meetup group is dedicated to a group of people that have the job title of Scrum Masters, one that is usually quite undervalued. And so I thought, hey, let's get a few people around who are passionate about the same thing, to uplifting and sharing knowledge and giving people an opportunity in this community to share what it is that they want to learn about, and also to learn from each other and connect. The second move I want to share with you is to move with a sense of urgency, to make every single day count. Here's a photo of me and my daughter once again. We're at the swimming pool. She's about to take her swimming lessons. And whilst we were waiting, I had the sense to not take out my phone as I looked around the other parents scrolling away. I decided to be present and to engage in conversation with my daughter. I looked at her and I noticed that she was looking at the ground, staring, lost in thought. And I decided to ask her, what are you doing? And she was a bit shy at first, but eventually she opened up and she said that she was thinking about dirt. And we went on to have this beautiful conversation about what dirt is and what uses it has. And I would never have had that wonderful moment with her if I didn't choose to be present, if I didn't choose to do it now instead of waiting till later to connect it with her. I want to share with you the law of diminishing intent, that as time progresses, our intent reduces and the likelihood for us to do anything also reduces. So I want to encourage you to do it now. Move with a sense of urgency. Malcolm Baden says this: if you wait until you can do everything for everybody instead of something for somebody, you'll end up doing nothing for anybody. The third thing I want to share with you is to move with faith. And whether you're a person of faith, whether you're spiritual or not, this is really about choosing faith over fear. Faith is about believing in the best that will bring out the best. And fear is believing in the worst, which will lead to the worst. It all started for me years ago when I was in third grade of piano. I decided to give up. And about a month after, my mum had approached me. She said, your piano teacher has called saying, please don't let him give up. He has so much potential. He has so much talent. And it'd be such a shame if he'd give up right now. Because the power of somebody else believing in a silly teenager who didn't care to practice, I chose and I decided I will continue on. It was because of that same piano teacher, because of what she said, that led me to grow as a musician, to then being able to do things that allowed me to lead other people now. And right now today, I get to lead a worship team in my local church as the music director. Courage is not the lack of fear. It is acting in spite of it. So believe in yourself and believe in the people around you to do greater things. I recently received a beautiful note from one of the general managers that I work with. She said in the subject line, your impact lasts way beyond what you think it ever does. We reflected on some of the personal development things that we did for that year, and the course that you ran around discovering strengths was the big highlight. And one person summed it up really well. I never understood what made me special or what I was really good at until after I walked out of the session with James. And I was so touched by that. And that really just encouraged me to do more and to live out my personal mission. The final thing I want to share with you is to move with the right attitude. Moving with the right attitude means to lead your life and not let it lead you. My mentor said this: what happens to me doesn't have to determine what happens in me. I remember being rejected for manager positions many times for over a candidate that was less experienced than me. I was so devastated for about 2 days, but I made a decision to hold my integrity. Instead of being upset about it, I chose to still lead the team that I had and to also help my manager out. 2 years later, I would be offered a job as a business analyst in a project space. And a little bit later on, I would discover that that same person, that manager position, got made redundant. Now, what would have happened if I got that role? Your attitude will determine your altitude, says John Maxwell. I want to leave you with this final quote. One's philosophy is not best expressed in words. It is expressed in the choices one makes. In the long run, we shape our lives and we shape ourselves. The process never ends until we die. And the choices we make are ultimately our own responsibility. So come on, make your move. Move with purpose. Move with a sense of urgency. Move with faith. And move with the right attitude. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Angela. I'm a human rights and international law student here in Palestine. Thank you so much for Getrude Matshe to allowing me to be speaking on this amazing platform. As a Palestinian, I have heard so many terrible stories that the world really needs to hear. Now, just to give you a little bit of context about what I am talking about, let's start with what happened in 2019 with a woman called Isra Ghraib. Now, she was an English and literature student, and she was only 21 years old. She had a fiance, and her parents agreed to let them get married only after she completed her study. And that's reasonable, that's good. But she was a part of a strict and conservative family. Now, she went, like one day, she didn't know that she was doing anything wrong, and she didn't think much of it. All she did was go to a restaurant with her fiance and then took a selfie and posted it on her social media. Her brother did not like it. So the police reported that she was beaten up by her brother just because he didn't approve of what she posted. But she didn't post anything wrong. All she did was just go with her fiance, not just any random guy, with her fiance, and then just post an image on her social media. There is nothing wrong with that. She was beaten up by him, reportedly. Then 2 weeks later, she died in the hospital. Now, then the family, they created a statement that she fell off the balcony, and that's how she got all of these bruises and her broken spine. But we all know that that's not true, because in that same year, 29 girls and women died mysteriously, and then also the male members of the family were the major suspects, but nothing is for sure yet. And now, as I speak this, today is September 13th, 2021. So this happened 2 years ago. Now, her brother, who was reported to have beaten her, now he's out. Like nothing's wrong. Now he's living his life. And now, what's the reason of this? She gets killed, and then people call it honor killing. There's no honor in killing. And that, I think, is just another patriarchal norm that just helps criminals to feel that they are doing something good. And not only that, the law, the Palestine government don't have that amazing laws. Like, for example, there is this law that doesn't even have like a good penalties for criminals who kill in the name of honor, of the family's honor. Now, this is another thing. But another thing, there is no law about domestic violence. There's absolutely, like, Palestine has absolutely no domestic violence legislation, which I don't know the reason why. But I think, of course, because of the patriarchal norms, and that it's okay that the father or the mother or the male members of the family to tame the females, and they have to keep them in check, and they have to keep them like submissive and according to the law and all of that. Now, that's one story. What about another story? Like, for example, I just posted on my feminism movement in Palestine Instagram. I just created it yesterday. There was a girl in Saudi Arabia that she spoke up against sexual harassment. Like, she got sexual harassed in the streets, and then she made a video about it. She said that how awful how awful it is for like being sexual harassed, and that we really need laws to protect us. That was in Saudi Arabia. Now, what did the police do? They arrested her and claiming that she offended the people of Saudi Arabia and Mecca, which was her hometown. And that thing, like this incident, even though it happens in Saudi Arabia, it also happens here. Like, all the time it happens here, and I can give you more stories if you want. It's just that I have limited time. I have only 10 minutes left. So I can tell you about that maybe in the question and answer session. Now, what also happens is that a lot of girls get raped and they can't report it because, first of all, tribes, like as I mentioned, tribes are very powerful, and tribes are even are even more powerful than the law, which is really the worst case scenario, because the law is supposed to be there to protect all of the citizens. Now, like, for example, another thing, maybe I have time for another story. There was this girl, I forgot her name, honestly, because I want to just give you accurate information. Now, she was 13 years old in Syria. Of course, Syria is far away from here a little bit, but it's also in the Middle East, and it's also a patriarchal community. Now, of course, tribes, as I mentioned, they are very powerful, and they are even more powerful than the law. Now, tribes has their own laws, and government has their own laws. Now, back to that story, this 13 years old girl was a part of the tribe. Like, her father was a member of the tribe. And there's this tradition, which I don't approve of, that tribes unite with other tribes by forcing their daughters to marry. So it's basically an arranged marriage. And they can marry even at least like 12 years old, or as soon as you, as a woman, as a girl, start getting her period, now she is considered to be valid for marriage, which is wrong. She's only 12 years old, 13 years old, 14 years old. She's not even legal enough to get married. So she was forced to get married to her cousin, which is from another tribe, to unite the two tribes. And she said no. She instead eluded with her boyfriend, and then her family, after 3 hours, they followed her and they caught her. And then the guy, the boyfriend, he managed to get away and traveled to Turkey. But the whole focus was on the girl, so they thought they should deal with the girl first and then deal with the boy. Now, they grabbed the girl and they got her to an abandoned building. Now, I'm gonna do my best to not tell you in details of what happened, because I have watched the video and it was traumatizing. So what they did after they got her to an abandoned building, they took turns shooting her in many different areas in her body so that she doesn't die quickly. And all she did was just say no to an arranged marriage and then eluded with her boyfriend. I mean, of course, if she is a 13 years old girl in a family where she must do what the father says, she must marry who the father says she must. I mean, of course, she's gonna feel imprisoned, and she's gonna feel like like her feelings and her will and her desire is not taken into consideration. So of course she's gonna elude. Like, that's not the way that you should treat your daughter. Now, her father and her male family members, of the family and also from the tribe, they all took turns into killing her very slowly. And then the last one was in her head. I mean, she's only 13 years old girl. Like, she was forced to marry. Like, what did she have? Like, she didn't have any, she didn't have any choice, because according to the law, and I have done my research about the laws, so I know what I'm talking about. There was this law that says that a girl can be as young as 15 years old or younger if her male guardian approved it. Let me repeat that. She, according to the law, can be 15 or younger as long as she has her period and as long as her male guardian approves their very young marriage. So what about her will? What about her desire? Doesn't that count? So now I give you a couple of good stories that you can get. I know it's very hard to believe, but you can now understand the context of what's happening in the Arab world. Now, I just need to tell you also that this honor killing is not also just a patriarchal norm. It's also political, and it's a phrase that Israel uses to show themselves as the superior. Now, me and other Palestinian feminist activists, we are doing our best to push that it's femicide and not honor killing, because there is no honor in killing. And this is all just patriarchal norms that we really need to break. Now, in order for me to break that, or hopefully to break that, and I know that it's not going to happen overnight, I have joined Bard University, which is it has a huge resources, and there's so many amazing resources that I can use, that I can learn. And I'm actually going to start my education on Saturday 18th of September. So basically in 5 days. I'm very, very excited about that. And I really hope to gain the knowledge that I can in order for me to create a change in this society. Because honestly, I, as a woman, I can't, I don't feel safe. Because also another law that I really want to change is that Palestine does not criminalize marital rape. So I know it's crazy, marital rape is not criminalized in Palestine, but it really should. Because I, as a woman in Palestine, I don't feel safe to get married to a man, and then maybe in the future he rapes me. And then who am I going to go to get help? The government? It's not even a crime. My family? What am I going to do? That's not safe. And also, it's also my responsibility as a woman in Palestine to also do my best to do that. Because what if I, for example, want to have children? I can't have children in Palestine because, for example, what if society raises girls as they raised me, as they raised many, many other girls, telling them that you need to wear very decently, and if you get raped, it's your fault and you should be silenced about it. And if you got raped by your husband, then you can't get help because you are not protected by the law. I mean, this is really ridiculous. I mean, I can't believe that I am still fighting for women's rights in Palestine, and it's 2021, and I'm still here, and this country is still here. This is really ridiculous, and I'm doing my best to do something about it. Now, if you want to help, first of all, share the stories that I gave you, and also share, for example, you can Google organizations that you can volunteer at, and it's going to give you a lot of better context than I can, because they are more experienced than me, and I'm just joining this field just so I can learn more about it and see what I can do. But you can also volunteer, or you can just, for example, read blog articles about what's happening in Palestine. You can Google it. There's a lot over there. And also, for example, if you want to support me personally, I just created an Instagram page for this, which is here. It's called Feminism Movement Palestine. I just want to show you what it's called so you can also see it. here, it's Feminism in Palestine. I'm the only author. I'm the only owner of this page. I mean, it's really terrible what's happening here, and I'm really doing my best. Like, for example, this girl over here, she's from Saudi Arabia, and of course, every single post that I create is in English and in Arabic. Here, English and Arabic content. I explained what's happening here. She got arrested just because she spoke up against sexual harassment in Saudi Arabia and the lack of sexual harassment laws in Saudi Arabia. Here, we also don't have any sexual harassment laws. Like here, there are many, many laws that we should really change. Now, also, what I'm working on right now is to spread the hashtag called, oh, not this one. It's called It Is Femicide. Here, It Is Femicide. Now, the purpose of this hashtag is to spread the knowledge that it is femicide and not honor killing. Because if we remove the honor killing, the concept of honor in killing, then that maybe it will create a change. Now, this is all what I have for you today. My 15 minutes time has run up, and I really don't want to waste anyone's time, and I want to give the platform for other people. Now, if you have any questions, and I really hope that you do, please ask me in the live session and I would answer honestly. And if I don't know, I will let you know that I don't know, and then I'll do my research and get back to you. Thank you so much for taking the time to watch this. I appreciate you all. See you in the live Q&A.
Well, hello. Blessings to all of you. All right, I'm blessed and I am grateful. All right, to be a part and to be a speaker again for the HerStory Summit. I want to thank you so much to Sister Gertrude and also Sister Ruth for inviting me on again to be a speaker again for the HerStory Summit. Hello, everyone. My name is Ashley Blanshaw. I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York, but I'm residing here now in Westchester County and Ellsworth, New York, in the USA. I am a singer, songwriter, solo music artist, motivational speaker, activist, and advocate for mental health awareness. I am also the founder of the hashtag Love Yourself campaign for mental health awareness. I am also an author of 5 books: My Journey to Recovery, Inspirational with Ashley Blanshaw, I Am Determined, Deluxe Edition, and the HerStory Collaboration Book. My chapter in the HerStory Collaboration Book is called Keep on Being Determined and Overcoming Obstacles. I am also a talk show host and a radio show host. I am hosting my first national tour called the I Am Determined Tour 2021-2023. It talks about the celebration, or it is about the celebration of the release of my 3rd and 4th book, I Am Determined and I Am Determined Deluxe Edition. The last time when I was a speaker here, I'll talk about the topic, keep on being determined and overcoming obstacles and overcoming a battle. Keep on being determined and overcoming a battle. That was the last topic I talked about since the last time. But now this time I want to update the topic. I want to update it. And I want to talk this topic. So this topic I'm going to talk about is overcoming obstacles and the chains are breaking. Overcoming obstacles and the chains are breaking. How many of y'all believe that there are chains that has been holding you bondage, chains that has been holding you captured, chains that has been holding you trapped? It's going to be broken. It's going to break. We serve a God that is a chain breaker. I love this song by the amazing Tasha Cobbs Leonard. There's power in the name of Jesus to break every chain. And how many of y'all believe that there is power? How many of y'all receive that there is power in the name of Jesus to break every chain? God is going to break every chain that has been holding you captive, that has been holding you bondage, and that has been holding you trapped. When we look at Isaiah chapter 10, verse 27, it talks about how the anointing of the Lord destroys every yoke. All right, how the anointing of the Lord is going to destroy every yoke. That means every yoke and every evil plan that the devil has tried to put on you and that has tried to put in your life is going to be destroyed. That means also every evil and negative curse that the devil has tried to put on you is going to be broken and it's going to be destroyed. Because it also says in Isaiah 54 verse 17 that no weapon formed against you shall prosper. And every negative tongue, you're going to refute it. So the last time I had shared my testimony. I shared my testimony how I overcame a battle of 21 years of mental health illness and also this learning disability of a speech problem. I talked about how, me going through this mental health illness battle and going through this learning disability, I was dealing with chains too. That was holding me bondage, that was holding me captive, and that was holding me trapped. Also, I was dealing with chains of depression. I was dealing with chains of suicidal. I was dealing with chains of neglectment, rejection, abandonment. All right. I was also dealing with chains of lack of motivation, lack of self-confidence, lack of self-empowerment, lack of self-confidence. I was so afraid to be myself. I was so afraid to appreciate and love Ashley for who she is, that I did everything that I can to change for who I am. Instead of focusing on being myself, keep on being the best Ashley, keep on knowing my worth, and keep on focusing on being the anointed woman of God that God has called me to be. Alright, I was dealing with chains, this mental health illness, and this learning disability, being pushed away so much, being rejected, being neglected, being bullied, being teased every day. Alright, I struggle with forgiveness. I talked about how I struggle, with forgiveness, a whole lot. I also talked about how, it took me a while to forgive the people that hurt me. It took me a while, took me a while, to forgive the people that hurt me, that bullied me, that teased me, because I was so hurt and I was so in pain and I was so angry that, I was like, why should I forgive? I also talked about how it took me a while to join the church and started on this Christian journey, since, my struggle with forgiveness. I also talked about the last time, how, I talked about how it's important to forgive. Forgive them for us, not for them, but for us. I talked about how it's important to forgive them for us, is that we won't stay stuck in that negative pit. So we won't continue to keep on self-blaming ourselves. So we won't continue, to walk around, feeling stuck in that misery and feeling stuck in that negativity and feeling stuck, in that pain. I, also talk about how it's important it's important for us to forgive, is that we will continue to be successful. We will continue to focus on staying positive and keep on focusing on being the anointed woman of God and anointed man of God that God has called us to be. I would also talk about it's important to forgive, so we won't walk around self-blaming ourselves and blaming ourselves for the evil things, that the bullies and naysayers that was doing to us. I also talk about how it's important, to forgive, so we continue to focus on being successful and keep on focus on making our dreams and our goals that we have successful and the ministries that we have successful. I also talk about how, giving my life to God, joining the church, becoming a Christian, has helped me, to overcome this battle. I talked about how, my spiritual connection, and how my faith in God and also my music connection, helped me overcome this battle, of mental health illness for 21 years and helped me overcome this learning disability, of my speech problem, for 21 years. I also talked about how I'm more active in my activism. I'll talk about how I started the hashtag Love Yourself campaign. And how it talks about how it's, it's like increasing and keep on spreading the importance of, and spread the importance, all right, of self, all right, awareness, self-love, self-care, all right, self-empowerment, all right. Yes, we got to continue to show love, all right, to other people and keep on encouraging them, but we got to make sure that we can continue to speak positive things over our lives. We got to make sure that we continue, all right, to show ourselves, self-love and self-care, all right, and self-empowerment. We got to make sure that we continue to encourage ourselves every day, every morning when we wake up and when we look ourselves in the mirror. It's up to us to keep on speaking positive things over our lives, because a greater shift is happening. I'm telling you, God is shifting us into a greater position. God is shifting us, all right, into a greater position where open doors and open opportunities are about to happen for us. Okay, I talked about how, I listen to songs by my favorite solo music artists. Help me overcome, all right, this battle of 21 years, and help me overcome this learning disability of 21 years, and help me overcome, all right, okay, help me overcome, all right, the spirit of fear. Help me to continue to appreciate Ashley more, and continue to love Ashley more, and keep on being myself, and keep on focus on being the anointed woman of God, all right, that God has called me to be, all right. And ever since that, the chains has been broken. I am no longer trapped. I am no longer held captive, and I am no longer home bondage. I'm walking in my miracle. I'm walking in my breakthrough. I'm walking in my blessing. I'm walking in my victory. I am no longer afraid to be who Ashley is. I am no longer afraid, all right, to be who Ashley is, and focus on being the anointed woman of God that God has called me to be. So an update, I have my own talk show now. I have my own radio show. So I encourage the people and minister to people, by doing that. All right, back in March of this year, I accept my call to preach, and now I'm ministering and training now, and now I am focusing on becoming a minister now. And I just mentioned earlier now that I can also continue to focusing on encouraging the people by doing this tour that I'm hosting, my first national tour called the I Am Determined Tour. Because when we hear the word determined, it's about making a firm decision and making a firm choice. Okay, we got to make sure as believers of God, and as followers of God, and as Christians, and as business owners, all right, and as people who are like, and and also people who are in the entrepreneur business, and also the music industry. All right, we got to keep on focusing on being determined to stay positive and prayerful, keep on having faith, keep on focusing on making our dreams and our goals and our businesses and our ministry successful. All right, and keep on being determined, all right, to stay positive and prayerful, keep on speaking positive things over our lives every morning when we wake up, and when we look ourselves in the mirror. We got to encourage ourselves that we're more than a conqueror. We got to encourage ourselves that we are the head and not the tail. We got to encourage ourselves that we are above and not beneath, that we are victorious, that we are winners, that we are champions. All right, I'm encouraging you. The chains are being broken. The chains are being broken. All right, so that brings me to point number one. Always know that we serve a God that is a chain breaker. God is going to break and destroy every chain that has been holding you bondage and that has been holding you captive. All right, I'm talking about every chain of depression, dark moments, loneliness, abandonment, rejection, obstacles and struggles, bad relationships, bad financial struggles is going to be broken, and you're going to be breaking free from those chains that has been holding you back. God did it for me. I know He can do the same thing for you. Do not let no obstacles or no struggles or no trials and tribulations stop you from being the anointed man and woman of God that God has called you to be. Okay, don't let anything, no negative comments, no negative words stop you, all right, from reaching towards success, and keep on being the winner that you are. You got to encourage yourself that you are the winner. All right, that brings me to point number two. The battle is not yours. It is the Lord's. I know there has been some times that you've been fighting, that you've been struggling to find a way out of that situation that you're in. I know there have been some days when you feel like crying. You feel like you've been worrying so much that you want to throw in the towel, that you want to quit. But I want to encourage you, all right, that God is going to make a way for you. He's going to work it out for you. He's fixing that situation. I know you feel like you're stuck. I know you feel like that you're not getting anywhere, but just hold on and keep on trusting God, because God is breaking those chains. All right, no negative comments, no negative words. All right, no negative distractions, no negative roadblocks that the devil, the bullies, and naysayers has tried to put in your way, all right, it's not going to stop you, all right, from reaching towards success. Keep on being the winner that you are. Keep on being the beautiful woman that you are. Keep on being the champion that you are. Keep on being walking. Keep on being, all right, the victorious, all right, person that you are. Keep on walking in your miracle. Keep on walking in your healing. Keep on holding your head high. Okay, keep on walking with confidence. Keep on being the best you. Keep on knowing your worth. All right, because God sees the best in you. God sees the great in you. And point number 3, all right, get ready because your healing is on the way. Get ready, all right, because your healing is on the way. God is going to heal you from every sickness and every trauma that you've been experiencing. God is going to deliver you from all the negative things that you're going through. God is going to restore you. All right, restoration is coming. Acceleration is coming. All right, God is shifting you. God is increasing you. God is expanding you. All right, He's taking you into greater heights. He's taking you to a greater position in your business, in your career, in your ministry that you have. All right, okay, don't you know that He's your refuge in a time of trouble? Don't you know that He's your shelter in the time of a storm? All right, okay, because if you look at Psalms 121, it says, all right, okay, it says, when I lift up my eyes unto the hills, for it's cover my help come from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. You got to understand that your help comes from God. Wherever you need, God's got you. Philippians, all right, chapter 4, verse 19, it says, all right, it says that we serve a God that can supply all of our needs, all right, through Christ Jesus. Always know that your help is on the way. All right, Lamentations chapter 3, all right, verse 23, it says new mercies are new every morning. Mercies are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness. Great is thy faithfulness. All right, morning by morning, new mercies I see. You will not going to be stuck from the things from your past. All right, new mercies and new beginnings is about to happen for you. New mercies and new beginnings is about to happen for you. All right, okay, you won't stay stuck in that negative pit. You will not stay stuck, all right, in that negative, all right, that negative valley. I know you've been experiencing dark valleys in your life, but Psalms 23, it says, even though Psalms 23 verse 4, and it says, even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil because the Lord is with me. God did not give you the spirit of fear. No, He didn't, but in power, love, and sound mind. All right, He's going to protect you from all danger. All right, God is breaking those chains. He is. Your healing is on the way. All right, the anointing of the Lord is on the way. Your breakthrough is on the way. The outpour is on the way. Your harvest is coming. It's going to be plentiful. All right, so always encourage yourself that there is power in the name of Jesus to break every chain. There's power in the name of Jesus to break every chain. Always know, all right, so you can overcome anything that you're going through. All right, doesn't matter what you're going through. It can be a battle, it can be addiction, all right, or a learning disability, or a bad relationship, bad marriage. All right, you can overcome it. You're gonna win. This is your winning season. This is your season of greatness. This is your season of healing. This is your season of deliverance. This is your season of breakthrough. God did it for me. He can do the same thing for you. So just trust Him and just hold on and just be strong. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me on again to be another speaker from the HerStory Summit. All right, stay blessed. Love you.
Hello and welcome. My name is Bronte Hamilton from The Confidence Connection, and I'm here with you today to spend the next 15 minutes talking to you about how you can build your confidence. So a little bit about me. I'm an entrepreneur who's been building an online business for 3 years now. I'm on the better side of 30, a country girl at heart, a loving partner, and fur mum to 2 cute cats. I'm a lover of all things pink and red, part-time mermaid, social marketer, and confidence coach, which is why I'm here sharing with you today about confidence. I believe that you were born to be a queen or a king, and it's time that you stop waiting for someone else to give you validation and approval. Stop waiting for someone else to crown you. It's time to step into your own. Build your confidence and crown your own darn head. The power of confidence is within you, and I'm here to guide you over the next 15 minutes towards finding that power for yourself. Last year, I made a major shift in my business. I had to pivot and move online like so many of us did, and you might be able to relate to that. I saw that a lot of people were living in a state of fear and negativity, putting up the walls of their comfort zone, which only made them more unhappy as they reflected on their jobs, home, relationship, family, bucket list, pretty much everything in their life up until that point. Was that you too? It was me for a hot minute, but luckily I don't stick around for pity parties. And as 2020 progressed, I found that I was feeling happy and confident about the future despite everything going on. And so, of course, people started asking me, how could I stay so positive and confident during these times? So I decided to share my tools to building your confidence, which leads us here today. I've learned that there's 5 steps to building your confidence, which I'm excited to share with you. But before we dive into that, I want to go over quickly what confidence is and what it isn't. The confidence isn't something that you're just born with or born without. You don't have to be an extrovert. It's not a personality trait, and you're not defined by it. You might have confidence in some areas and not in others, and that's okay. And look, I get it. There's growing research that shows emotions, trauma, etc. can be passed from parents to babies through DNA in the womb and all that, but the research isn't strong enough yet, and I don't know enough about the topic to cover it from that point of view. So look, there is a chance that you may be born with a predisposition to confidence, but they may not have been nurtured as you're growing up. And you don't, as you know, you don't have much control over what is instilled into you as you grow up from your parents, your environment, school, community, etc. And, you know, over 90% of who you become as an adult is actually developed by age 7. So it is easy to see why people think that confidence is just something you're born with or without. But the good news is that's not the case. And although you can't choose the software that you're installed with as a child before the age of 7, you certainly can choose the upgrades later in life as an adult. Meaning that even if you had no confidence as a child, or as a teenager, early adult, or whatever, you can learn confidence later on in life. You could be 70, 80 listening to this and not have confidence and still build that skill and learn it. And that is because confidence is a skill. It can be learned through practice and taking action. Confidence can be strengthened and grown like a muscle. That's because confidence is part of our mindset and our brain. And our brain continues to grow and strengthen until we die. And it strengthens through the actions and thoughts that we repeat over and over. Much like muscles in our body. If you continue to lift weights over and over, you're going to build the muscle in that part of your body that you're lifting the weight. It's the same thing as your brain, where you focus on grows. So to grow your confidence, you must take action. You must lift those confidence weights. Action and confidence are entwined. The more action you take, the more confident you feel. And the more confident you feel, the more action you take. So it's a never-ending cycle. And that's not to say that because you take action and try new things, that you never feel fear, which is another common misconception. Confidence is all about feeling the fear and doing it anyway. Taking action in the face of fear. And it doesn't mean taking action and thinking that you'll get things right the first time and be perfect. That's what we call arrogance, and that is your ego talking. It means that you're taking action knowing that you'll figure it out eventually, even if you get it wrong along the way. True confidence is acknowledging that you won't be perfect or feel great 100% of the time, but you take the action and do it anyway. It means that you know you'll fail, but that's okay because there's always a lesson to be learned in that, and you'll grow from it. In fact, there's actually only 2 ways to truly fail. 1 is to never even try in the first place, and 2 is to quit and give up. Getting things wrong is not failing. If you learn from them, get back up and try again. So confidence comes from having a growth mindset, from being hungry to learn. You have a fixed mindset, which thinks that all the skills and beliefs that you currently have are fixed and can't be grown, improved, or changed. A fixed mindset think that if you have to work hard at something, that must be a bad thing, and you should only focus on the thing that you're naturally good at. A growth mindset, on the other hand, believes that they can learn or do anything. That the more effort they put into something, the better they'll become. If they're not naturally good at something, they take it as a sign that they just need to work harder and invest more time and practice into it. They're on a never-ending quest to improve themselves. So have a think about it now. Do you think you have more of a fixed mindset or a growth mindset? And it's totally okay to currently have a fixed mindset, as you can work on that. And people often think that if you're truly confident, you'll be popular and everyone will like you. And it is true that confidence is contagious and we're attracted to confident people. That's why we're here today and wanting to grow our confidence, right? But the fact of the matter is that confident people don't worry about other people's opinions. They don't do things in order to make themselves more popular. They don't validate themselves based on what other people think. They stick to their beliefs and their values and take action that's in alignment with that, whether people like them for it or not. They also hold good body language. They hold themselves up straight with their shoulders back, a glint in their eye, and excitement in their voice. You can feel it. You can feel the energy when someone that's talking to you is confident. It's not enough to simply say you're confident. If you say it with your shoulders slumped, forward in a slouch, no one will believe you, and you probably won't believe yourself either. So a quick tip is just to simply practice holding good posture. Even if you don't feel confident, it's going to help you project more confidently and help you build that confidence. So now that you know what the difference between what confidence is and isn't, it's time to take on and develop the identity of someone who will take action and figure things out. You want to have the identity where you believe that you have control over your own life and that you'll take action. Some people believe that life is simply happening to them and it doesn't matter if they take the action because nothing's going to change. You want to take on the identity where you believe that life happens for you, that every little decision and action matters because it's a compound effect and it all adds up and is going to have an impact on your life. And it can help to give that alter ego, that confident persona, a name, even if it's just something like Bronte 2.0. So when you go into a situation where you feel a little scared or nervous or not confident and you want to boost, just ask yourself, what would Bronte 2.0 do? How would she feel? How would she show up? What does she believe in? And embody that Bronte 2.0, and it will help you in situations. So now let's take a quick look at the 5 steps it takes to build that confidence. So we're going to look at self-awareness, understanding and recognizing your ego, how to stop relying on external factors to build self-esteem, how to be comfortable with what you lack, and how to find comfort in failing. So let's start with self-awareness. Acknowledge how far you've come. We often fail to give ourselves credit for what we've achieved so far. How many times have you achieved a goal only to rush on to the next one instead of stopping to recognize what you've just accomplished? We forget that even celebrities and athletes can lose their confidence too when they forget that step. No one is immune to lack of confidence. We get so caught up in comparing ourselves to others instead of comparing ourselves to ourselves. You're not them. They're not you. And look, I grew up with an identical twin, and even those were totally different. So stop comparing. Your journey, wisdom, skills, purpose, and drive will never be the same as anyone else's. Remember where you've started and all the obstacles you've already overcome, and ingrain that into your body. Give yourself credit every day. Look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself all that you've achieved because you've done so many great things, even without receiving external recognition for them. Do you go to the gym? Did you lift one more weight at the gym than you did yesterday? Did you run an extra 100 meters compared to yesterday? Did you put in that extra effort on that project at work? Or are you at home? Did the family love the dinner you made last night? Heck, did you ever manage to fold and put away the washing the same day you washed it? I know that's, I celebrate when I do that. And celebrate all those little wins every day. Look yourself straight in the eye in the mirror and celebrate. Do a little dance, raise energy, shout it to the rooftop, play your favorite song. Celebrate all those wins every day, no matter how big or small. You're still growing and doing better than you did yesterday, and that is what matters. So number 2 is understanding and recognizing your ego. So the real ego is the essence of who you are. It's your consciousness and your awareness. But then we have this arrogant little Not all false ego was a false sense of confidence that thinks it's never wrong. And like I said, that's arrogance. It's a voice that says, well, here, Bronte, I already know all this. I'm confident and happy exactly where I am. It says that we're significant, clever, and we deserve recognition. We hide under this ego, covering up our true selves with the version that we think the world will like, appreciate, and recognize. The ego thinks it's special. The ego says you don't need to watch this video. The ego puts down others and gossips to make itself feel better. The ego is guarded by fear and shame, and that's an important one. It can't handle being wrong, so it will defend its beliefs to the end with no willingness to learn. Just think about it for a moment. Do you feel ashamed or grateful when you discover that you were wrong about something and are now presented with an opportunity to learn? Are you willing to work on your weaknesses? When you feel the ego arising within you, just ask yourself, is this me or is this the ego? And another one to remember is that the ego lives in the past and the future. It can't live in the present. So the more time you spend focused just on the present moment right now, the less the ego will arise. So number 3 is to stop relying on external factors. So you don't need a top corporate house, a top corporate job, house, or Ferrari to be confident. You don't need people to tell you that you're amazing or give you an award for being number 1. I mean, think about it. How many times have you got that top job or promotion and still not felt confident in your professional capabilities, especially when you're given the new task that that new role brings? Confidence and self-esteem comes from within. And I think you're starting to get the picture about that right now. Confidence is a feeling and a revelation of your true self, despite people judging you for it, with or without that external recognition. It's a perception that you lack nothing. Have integrity in being yourself and follow your values consistently. Number 4 is to be comfortable with what you lack. Because that confidence is internal and we need to let go of that external validation, this means we need to be comfortable with what we don't have, with what we lack. Without, be comfortable that we don't have all those rewards and medals and stuff like that. Look, goals and future thinking are useful tools to use occasionally, but like I said earlier, spend most of your time in the present and be okay with it. Be okay with everything you have right now and everything you don't have in this current moment. The big lie about confidence is that it isn't so much to do with being comfortable in what we achieve, but it's everything to do with being comfortable in what we don't achieve. Whatever you're trying to do right now, you can be comfortable and confident in doing it no matter how little tools you have. You don't need expensive activewear to be confident at the gym or to be able to do 100 press-ups. You can become confident at both those things with the tools and the clothes that you have right now. What others have doesn't matter, because remember, there's no comparison to other people. As long as you improve on yourself and what you did yesterday, that is the only comparison worth making. Number 5 is to find comfort in failure, because it's a part of learning. Failure is how we grow and move forward. If you want to increase your success, then double your failure rate, because learning from those failures will get you on the path to success faster. You wouldn't be walking if it wasn't for failure. How many times did you fall over on your path to successful walking? Did you compare yourself to others when you fell over and think, well, everyone else is walking and I just keep falling over. I may as well give up and stick to crawling. No way. You became comfortable in failing and kept trying over and over until you finally succeeded and became a confident walker. Failure is simply a lack of knowledge plus skill plus practice. It is not a reflection of who you are as a person. You are not a failure. That is not your identity. So the road to positive is through negative. Those who are most comfortable with negative experiences reap the most benefit because they're okay with it. They see them as chances to grow. Don't worry about becoming comfortable in your own failure, which is another thing I hear. It doesn't mean that you become a failure. It means that you can act despite fear. You can engage without judgment and love without conditions. So those are the top 5 steps to master your confidence. Master those 5 areas and you'll be confident in no time. Now you know what they are and why you should master them. You might want to know how to master them, the exact steps to take. So we'll quickly touch base on the confidence cycle, which takes you full circle from comfort zone to confident back to comfort zone. So you have where you are now is your comfort zone. This is your current capabilities, everything you're comfortable with right now, and is the ego protecting us. It says, stay here because you know how to do these. Don't leave this. And it's surrounded by the ego, and the ego is that fear and shame. It's the armor built up from childhood. It's every time you're told, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. That's what keeps us in our comfort zone as an adult. So to get outside of that comfort zone, you need to have vulnerability and courage. Vulnerability is the birthplace of love, creativity, and innovation. It's knowing that you'll fail, but doing it anyway. It's the first step. It's the initial, like, I'm going to step outside my comfort zone, do something that scares me. And that's followed by courage. So I like to think of, talked earlier about the fear and shame. So I like to think of your comfort zone as being guarded by the fear and shame dogs, the ego, fear and shame dogs. The vulnerability goes up and says hello and pets those dogs. Courage is what just walks right up, takes those dogs for a walk. That's why I like to think the difference between vulnerability and courage is. Courage is taking action in the face of fear, which leads to failure, but it also leads to learning and making progress. Taking action makes us congruent with our intention. When you think you're going to do something and then you don't do it, lack of action, that increases your fear and worry, which keeps us stuck inside that comfort zone. The best way to do it is set your intention and just 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and do it. Take the action. So Brene Brown says that the definition of courage is to speak one's mind by telling all one's heart. Practice the art of courage. Take uncomfortable action. Then the next step is to simply repeat that action over and over consistently. And when you do that, that will create competency. You'll now be able to do the action, whatever that goal was that you're working towards, you'll now be able to do it. And that creates confidence. But in turn, that actually creates a new level of comfort zone because you're now comfortable with this new action. And we then repeat this to create an upward cycle of growth. You know, you might want to take it back to the whole walking thing. You know, you started crawling, you went through all the failures of learning how to crawl. Once you knew how to crawl, you became confident at it. That was your new comfort zone. You then went around the cycle again, learning how to walk. That became your new comfort zone. And then from there, you might have learned how to run, cartwheel, roly-poly, all these other things that all create new levels of comfort zone. So you can apply that thinking to anything you want to learn. So that is all. Thank you for tuning in. I know there was a lot to take on board in just a short 15 minutes. If you want to find out more and learn more about confidence from me, the best place to find me is to go to Facebook and search the Confidence Connection group. Join us in there. Otherwise, you can find me, Bronte Hamilton, on Facebook, Bronte Hamilton on LinkedIn, or on Instagram, I'm at Bronte Faye. So thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you sharing your precious time with me. Enjoy the rest of your day. And until next time, take care. I believe in you and you've got this, Queen. So thanks, everyone, and goodbye.
You are muted.
Wow, what a fantastic lineup of speakers this morning, Ruth.
Amazing.
Fantastic launch to our online summit. I want to thank everybody who has been tuning in online, and a big apology for our broadcast not going out on Facebook. There was a small technical error. We did go live on YouTube, and we will repurpose today's video and post it on Facebook at the end of the day. So bear with us. These technical issues come up every once in a while, but we've now got our panel of speakers waiting in the wings so we can bring them online and have our amazing fireside chat. So we started off with Nancy Barrows in the United States, and her whole thing is the art of engagement. She helps people find their passion, find their purpose, and she started the movement called Radiating Real Movement. And the chick with the tool belt, I found that really fascinating. Everybody needs a tool belt to navigate in life, but Nancy's not able to join us. We are joined by James. James, welcome there in Sydney, Australia. You gave us some amazing insights on purpose, urgency, faith, and having the right attitude. Absolutely loved what you gave to share with us today. Angela is joining us from Palestine. Unmute yourself, Angela and James. Welcome. Thank you
Hey,
for joining.
hey.
Hello there.
Now, we also had Ashley. I'm not sure what's happened to Ashley Ruth. You might want to reach her. Maybe she can't join us. But we've got Bronte here in New Zealand. Wonderful. Thank you so much, everybody. We're now just going to unpack all of the wisdom that you brought to us today. We'll start off just by discussing Nancy's presentation. Nancy touched on a very sensitive topic around incest, sexual issues that women face on a day-by-day basis. And the biggest issue with what she brought to the table is shame. How a lot of women will keep what has happened to them to themselves out of fear of being judged. A lot of these atrocities are happening while women are young girls, and they only get to face their issues when they're much older. Any comments? Let's open up a discussion around Nancy's presentation. Just raise your hand and I'll pull you forward to come and say a few words, and we'll go around the room discussing each of the presentations we had this morning. We'll start with you, Ruth, because you and I have been discussing this issue in great detail in the last few weeks, addressing issues around young girls in Zimbabwe. What are your thoughts, Ruth, on Nancy's presentation?
Something just became glaringly apparent when Nancy was talking about her ordeal, and as also Angela told her story and what the work that she's doing in Palestine. And I realized that the girl or women abuse is all over the world. And we've been dealing with that in Africa. We've been dealing with that, especially here in Zimbabwe, where we're talking about child marriages, child brides, where young girls are being forced into marriages with much older men. So very, very interesting that there's a common thread throughout the world. I think just as human beings, we are connected, and very painful also to hear and heartbreaking to hear those kind of ordeals of 4-year-old being raped, Gertrude. So the girl child issue, the women's abuse issues are still on the forefront. And this is what we've been talking about, since this movement started. And I'm so glad we do have a number of men on our schedules, on our program for this summit, so that we can talk about this, not just as women, but include the men into the conversation. So glad to have you, James. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, so we'll
Thank
tag
you.
on to James straight away. James, you are a father.
Yeah.
We are really honored that you said yes to coming to present on the HerStory platform. When we met, I shared with you the need for us to include men in the rooms where we're discussing women's issues. Nothing is going to change with
Can
the
you please
position
bring me the headphones? I'm actually struggling to hear this.
worldwide. I'm not sure
Thanks.
what's happening there. But James, please pitch in. And the
Yeah.
rest of you who are listening in, please mute yourself so we don't pick up on your background sound. Up to you, James. What was your thoughts, your ideas around that presentation?
Yeah. Thank you, Angela, and also to Nancy. I think that was just such powerful, just honesty and openness of sharing what it is. It takes a lot of courage to really be that transparent and honest. And I think that vulnerability of sharing it gives platform and rise and inspiration for others to do the same. And to all the women around, I'm sure they'll be looking up to you. And for my own daughter, who's 8 years old, I would love for her to be able to look up and see that it's the courage to speak up. It actually frees you. And I just thought it was beautiful. Like, I think it's an important to address these things, and it's important to be open and honest. As Nancy was sharing about her talk, that we've got to be able to be real, to bring our full real selves to the party, as opposed to trying to mask everything up. It's kind of like what I heard one time, people say, if you hide it, what you're basically saying is you accept it. So what are you saying? If you don't choose to speak up about these things, you're saying it's okay, but it's not. And I think in today's culture, what's really challenging is that there are a lot of people that are speaking up, but there's also a lot of things happening where they're being shut down, voices being shut down. There's this whole cancel culture thing that happens around the world. I think just keep persevering, keep on speaking out the truth, and that'll rally the people through, and people will find and hear you, and they will start to lift up their voices too. And I'm really inspired by that. Just to, I'm not, nobody, I don't think anyone is immune to the fact that you're trying to hide certain aspects of yourself because you don't want to show, it's scary to reveal all of yourself. How would people respond? And so I'm really inspired, and hopefully that I can continue to be as transparent and open as well. But also on this particular issue, what am I doing about it? So from here on, I want to take some action. I want to somehow share it and post it as well, and make it known, as opposed to feeling it's an awkward subject when it's a subject that needs to be talked about. So yeah, I'm inspired.
Thank you so much, James. Thanks for your input there. We'll jump to you, Angela. I know this is a passion subject for you. You're an advocate. You're a young woman out there in the Arab world. Yeah. Being the voice of the voiceless. A lot of women in your region don't get to tell their stories. You shared a lot in your presentation. What is your take on Nancy's presentation?
To be honest, at first, yes, I was sad that she went through that. But comparing it to the society that we have here in Palestine, I think that she has an advantage of being able to openly talk about it, because it is a huge part of healing. And we can't really do that here in Palestine, because if I admitted that I was raped, even if I was just like 7 years old, 10 years old, like whatever it is, if I admitted that I was raped, then I'm either going to get killed, I'm either going to get disowned by my family, but thank God my family are not that strict and they're open-minded. But I'm telling you, as a traditional Palestinian woman, because here we can't be open about it. And actually, 2 years ago, I had a leadership program. I joined about it. It wasn't exactly about women's rights, but it was basically anything that you really want to change in your society. And I picked women's rights and honor crimes, and basically just rape in Palestine and patriarchy in Palestine. So in that study, I saw how there are so many laws that really hurt the women here, and it doesn't really protect them as they should. So I'm really glad that Nancy at least was able to do that, was able to freely be open about it without fearing that she might get killed or she might get beaten up or raped again just for admitting what happened to her. So I think in my workshop, in the social justice workshop that I'm going to be hosting in the last week of October, I really want to hope that we can achieve something with that. Like, I want to have discussions with people like Ruth, people like Bronte and James, people who are all over the world, because as you said, Ruth, this is an issue that happens with everyone, like not only in third world countries, not only in Arab countries, but it also happens in Africa and many other countries. So maybe if we can collaborate in the workshop that I'm talking about, the social justice workshop in the last week of October, then maybe we can brainstorm ideas and how can we actually do something. So hopefully we can. This is what I'm hoping now.
Thank you so much, Angela. Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll jump to you. What was your views? What was your take on Nancy's presentation? And you're muted, so you might want to unmute, Bronte.
Oh, sorry. I didn't actually see the presentation. I missed it.
Okay.
That sounds like I need to go watch it.
Yeah, it was amazing.
But thank you so much, everybody, for weighing in on that. So now we will go on to our next presenter, was James. I loved when I read James' bio. He said that my why is to help and inspire others to live a life full through unconditional love. I love that, James. Love is everything, whether it's love for our children, whether it's love for ourselves. Love does make the world go round. Now, I know that you are a Gallup certified strength coach. You're also a certified member of the John Maxwell team. You come on with so much knowledge, so many skills. But the biggest thing that I love about your story is the fact that you come from such a creative background. You had parents, a mother, school teachers who saw your strengths and they emphasized on your strengths. And it seems like you were able to unleash that in everything you're doing right now. Now, you gave us some real tangible things that we can take home from your presentation. The focus on what is your purpose, the sense of urgency, just do something, take the first step. And having faith, whether you're religious or not religious, just believing that the road you're on is the right road. And attitude. Ruth, weigh in on this. Let's give James some feedback on the nuggets of wisdom that he shared this morning, and we'll again go around the room and focus on his presentation. You're muted, Ruth. We have to remember to unmute.
Technology. So, James, your presentation was amazing and so energizing as well. And I love the fact that you bring in all these different tools, and the way you presented it. And you say, right, your attitude will determine your aptitude. And it's so, so true. Because usually in life, it is our attitude. It's actually about 90% of everything that we do. And your presentation, when I was listening, I was like, okay, so I can use this in a corporate setup. I can use this even if I were a student. I could use this in just general life. So well done, amazing, amazing presentation. Definitely will be following up on that. Are you doing a workshop with us?
Yeah, I'm hoping to do one. I'm still working through the points, and I'm thinking about how can I pull certain elements together. I just got so many ideas. I'm that type of person. I'm an ideas guy, and I've got to focus what is going to be most valuable. I've just got so much that I've got to pull it right down back. So I'll finalize that shortly.
Yeah, that's to make people aware that our speakers not only come and share these presentations. Last week of October, we are having a workshop schedule where our speakers run a 1 hour to 90-minute workshop with a smaller, more intimate group of people. So we'll be publishing all of those workshops at the end of the week. So do register so you can get a more intimate time with our speakers as well. Thank you, James. Angela, chime in here if you've got questions for James. This is the time where we can pick his brain and really find out more about him and his presentation.
Well, I don't have a question, but I have a compliment. Can I go for it?
Go for it. Yes.
Thank you so much, James, for just taking the time to be here and just considering that it is your cause, because also a part of the feminism movement that I'm doing here in Palestine is that we really need to include men as well, because the patriarchal society, they are mostly men, because mostly men are thinking that kind of way. So when they see a man talking about it and supporting us, then that is going to be like, haha, something's going on. Why is a guy supporting them? So something might be pivoting here. So thank you so much for your support, and God bless you.
Yeah, and just to jump in there before Bronte comes in, James, just so you're aware, we had a lot of our members really angry when we started including men in the HerStory movement. We had some feminists who dropped out of the movement, and my response to them was, I am a mother of two boys, and I want my sons to come into these rooms and participate. I want my sons to see men like you, James, who are not uncomfortable in being in these spaces and sharing with us and understanding the plight of women and being a part of the dialogue. So you are a strong role model for men out there to step into this space. It is uncomfortable. Yes, you will hear stories that you wouldn't hear anywhere else, but nothing's going to change for us as women. So again, I would love to honor you for being present today.
Thank you.
Bronte,
The honor is mine, really. It's just to be here. So thank you for having me. Sorry to interrupt.
wonderful. Weigh in here, Bronte.
Yeah, no, I just want to add in on what you're saying too. I think it's amazing to include some men in this, because it's all fair and well, you know, for women to understand the power of women to share our stories and to feel empowered. But unless the men actually understand the power that, you know, women as a collective have, we're not actually going to make achievements and progress in the world, because it takes understanding of everyone to really make a difference. And I think too, to have someone that's part of the John Maxwell team here with us today is so amazing and powerful, because you know, what John Maxwell teaches is so important and inspiring, and I think it's great that you're here with us today.
Thank you. It's a privilege. And I was just thinking, if I could just quickly add, like, as we're on the topic of men in the circle of women, like growing up, my hero is my mom. My story that I shared, Dad wasn't around for the really important part of my life. She took on single-handedly raising myself and my older brother through all those years. And you know what? I shared this story. So I'm so proud of my mom. I'm so inspired, because she had truly the right attitude all those years. I've never seen her sort of break down or not. She never gave up. She just kept on persevering. She worked 7 nights a week, every single day. And I actually had an experience to work alongside her for a period of time, working those night shift hours. And that really gave me a taste of how amazing she was, and how privileged that she's my mom. So superheroes, you guys are all superheroes. I absolutely love what you're able to do, and I'm blessed to have you here and be here. So thanks.
Wonderful. Fantastic. So we will move on to who was our fourth speaker. Unfortunately, Ashley is unable to join us. I'm not sure if you managed to get hold of her, Ruth. What is the situation with Ashley? She was here earlier, but she seemed to have dropped out. But again, Ashley was one of the speakers who came in with a lot of passion. Ashley is originally from Brooklyn, New York. She is a singer. She's a songwriter, musician, a producer, a motivational speaker, an activist, and an author. And she has been using her singing and solo music career from the age of 4 or 5 to really share her message. Her passion is all around mental health, having had a few mental health journeys and issues in her life. She's now started her own podcast. She's a strong part of the HerStory movement. And the biggest thing I got from Ashley is just the level of faith that she has, very similar to James. Her spirituality seems to have carried her up to this point. Now, whether you're religious or not religious, let's talk a little bit about the word faith. I know that James touched on it a little bit. My whole thing, I'm not religious, but I'm very spiritual, is that faith is like believing that you are driving on a road at night and all you can see with your headlights on is just a few meters ahead of you. And you keep moving forwards because you know that the road is there. And that's how I navigate my life when I am going down a certain journey. When I launched the HerStory movement, I had no idea what I was doing. All I knew is that I had to try and connect like-minded people, like all of the speakers you've listened to today, and bring people together to share our stories so we can uplift, we can inspire. You know, when you listen to Nancy's story of incest and sexual molestation at a very young age, this is a very, very common story. And I know that by her sharing her story, she has helped another person heal. She's helping somebody who's probably in that situation right now to step up and say something. And that's the reason why I started this movement. So my faith is based on the fact that the seed that's in my heart is motivating me, energizing me to do this work every single day, to connect all of these like-minded stories. Ruth, let's touch on you a little bit. I know that you are a woman of faith there in Zimbabwe. Talk about your spiritual life as well. And remember to unmute. No, you're still muted.
I just wanted, before I talk about my faith, I just wanted to say some people on Zoom say they can't hear us. So maybe just check.
Okay, I wonder what, I think I might be muted on Zoom. The problem is if I unmute on Zoom, it gives us an echo.
Yeah,
It gives us an echo. So if you could just tell them to go onto YouTube and watch on the YouTube link.
Okay.
Then they can watch and they can hear. Sorry about that.
That's right. So my faith has carried me, like Ashley, like James, has carried me, I think, from young age, where I have had a relationship. I'm a Christian, so I have a relationship with God, and you know, when you talk about faith, it's not easy to explain because it's personal. It's a personal journey. It's not something that I can leave for somebody else. And I always say that to my son. Unfortunately, the walk of faith it's a personal walk. It's you and having a relationship with God or with a super being or whatever you believe to be somebody or to be that looks after you. For me, that is God. So this faith has carried me where the situation is hard or looks impossible, and just holding on to it. And I get to, you know, my story and the strength that I've derived from my faith and my belief in God and the miracles that I've witnessed and just amazing open doors. And right now, even being part of this movement for me, that's a miracle, you know. And that faith that Gertrude wanted to launch this movement and bring like-minded people. That's you can't do without having faith. Otherwise, you fail. At some point, you start to doubt yourself. Like we always have those negative uh, voices in our head. And so my faith has carried me through a lot of hurdles and ups and downs.
So Ruth, let's just go back a little bit and share a little bit about your story. I know that you have experienced a lot of challenges in life. Just in a nutshell, abbreviate what has happened in your life and what makes you keep going and believing in God.
Okay, so 20 years ago, I was it was 4 days before my 29th birthday. My husband got involved my late husband got involved in an accident and he died on the spot. And I was in South Africa on my way to the US because we were migrating, you know, just trying to make a better life for ourselves. And I had to come back and then deal with his family, where there were accusations that I had killed him, you know, witchcraft and all sorts of things. So what happens in my culture is if a husband dies, the wife becomes the killer. She's the witch. She's the one who killed him. So that was a challenge. And I had a 4-year-old son at that moment. My son at that time was 4 years. I had this 4-year-old boy to raise and dealing with this family, dealing with just the hostilities. You know, you are in shock, you are hurt, you are mourning, you are grieving. You know, and then there is the accusations, there is the hostile family that you have to deal with. But what carried me through that was my faith. Again, coming back to my faith and saying, God is standing with me in this situation and He's carrying me through it all. And then a few years later, I lost siblings. My sister got sick 3 months later and she died. Again, had to hold on to my faith because the pain was just too much. You know, when you start losing people around you, And then a few years later, I lost another sister, and then my mom. So there's just been a lot of heartbreak and a lot of pain and loss that I've gone through in the past 20 years. But what has helped me is holding on to promises of God and promises that my faith will see me through. These things happen, it's a cycle of life, but God is there. There's a greater being that is watching and carrying me through. So today, my son is 24. He turned 24 last week. So 20 years later, we are still here standing, and he's now a young man. But it's because I've held on. There were times that I wanted to give up, but I couldn't. I couldn't afford to give up because I had a child to raise, and I had also my sister's kids to raise. But mostly, my faith kept me going.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you for sharing that. I know you've come a long way. You're a strong woman and just an amazing example of how far our faith can carry us. Angela, you are living in the Arab world. I know you're also a Christian, which is, again, another interesting dynamic. Tell us a little bit about your faith.
Well, honestly, being a Baptist in a country which the Christians are already a minority, and then even Baptist church are the minority of Christianity. I got bullied a lot in high school because my other Christian classmates, they were Orthodox, they were Catholic, their beliefs were so much different than mine. And for example, us the Baptists, we believe in in adults getting baptized by their choice and not by getting baptized while they were very young, at 2 or 3 years old, something like that. So I got bullied a lot, and also they weren't that forgiving because I also was a bit of a loner. I know you can't really see that. But I was such an introverted person, and I really had to work through that and become an extrovert. And well, honestly, it's just that sometimes it is hard being a Christian in Palestine because, well, as I said, we are the minority here in Palestine. And sometimes people, because of the political issues as well with Israel, they get traumatized and they get so many mental health, and they also deny that. So they keep oppressing anything that is a minority. So I think that's the whole reason why we are getting bullied, because of many different aspects, many different factors, I mean.
Wow, absolutely challenging, but wonderful to have you with us.
Thank
Bronte,
you.
your reflection on Ashley's presentation.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, I loved her energy, and you can definitely tell she's got a singing background that came through very strongly in how she presented. I loved how it kind of almost felt like she was singing, just the way it flowed was amazing, and just her energy was contagious and her passion was amazing. And I think, you couldn't help but feel the energy, to go implement that into the rest of your day after hearing what she said. And yeah, no matter what your background is, faith is important, and just believing that you're in the right place at the right time, and you're on the right journey. So yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So we are about to get ready to go into our next session. Am I right, Ruth? You're muted. We have to remember to unmute.
Oh my God. Did we discuss Bronte and Angela?
Oh, no. We still have to go on. All right. So let's go on to Angela's presentation. I'm jumping the gun a little bit here. Thank you for being there to remind me, Ruth. I'm a few steps ahead. So Angela's presentation. Angela, you touched on so many things that I have a passion around. You touched on forced marriage, honor killings, the patriarchal societies, femicide, the political nature of how things are handled in your region of the world. Ruth, what was your take on Angela's presentation? She is definitely a sister from another mother.
Definitely, it cuts so close home, with the power of education. The show that we recently started with the power of education, triggered by that death of 14-year-old girl in Zimbabwe who died in childbirth because she was forced into a marriage with an older man in one of the religious sects, the apostolic sect in Zimbabwe. So very, very close to my heart. So there's a room for collaboration. Angela, I really hope we will be able to work together and just do tangible things and bring solutions or help to the communities that are thinking. I mean, this is all they know. When you go into that community, it's all they know. The mothers, it's what they went through and what their mothers went through. So how do we bring interaction in disruptive thinking or change of mindset? So I'm excited about the opportunities to collaborate with you, and obviously to have you as a guest on the show.
I'm really excited because look, I think that you are so advanced, like even more than me, because you have so many experience. I mean, I'm 24 and you have a daughter or a son that was 24, just turned 24. So you have a lot of experience more than me, and you've probably been into this field for so many years. I am just joining this field. I am just doing my best now to study, because look, I think that in order to actually make a change, we have to know, like, first of all, how can we change the laws? But Ruth, I actually have a question for you. You just said that this girl was forced to get married at a young age. Well, is there a law to protect her? Like, is there a law to tell her, like, at least you have to be 18 at least to be married? Or
the law is not very clear when it comes to age of marriage. So that's why it's been like this. Some sections say 16, some say 18. So it's very open and wide, I think, also because of patriarchal issues. Obviously, most of them, the lawgivers or the policymakers are men. So we have to deal with that one. But no, she's not there.
And another thing, Angela, you need to understand about our part of the world is poverty plays a big part in all of this.
How?
People are giving up their children to be married at an early age because they can't afford to feed them.
Yeah, right.
And what we are advocating for as African women all over the world is if we can keep our girls in school and get them an education, marriage does not become an issue. They don't have to rely on somebody else to survive. So like Ruth said, the mothers of these girls were married off themselves. So it's a cycle we have to break. The mothers actually think it's a gift for their daughter to have somebody who looks after her. And for a child married off at the age of 9, 10, 11, it's crazy.
I know. Ugh.
And our government is not doing anything to support us, to protect us. And so we are having to go into these communities and find a way to have a dialogue with the mothers and get them to understand that if the kids stay in school, she can look after herself, she can get a job, she can be self-sufficient. It's not easy to break these traditional ways of thinking as well. It's a vicious cycle.
Yeah, it's actually one of the points that I have in mind. Of course, the whole outline of the workshop is not anywhere near ready, but this is also a good point that I have thought about. But I think that here you have maybe two options, but this is just like the top of my head. Now, you just said that the poverty is a huge factor. But what if we like make an entrepreneurship, like a free entrepreneurship classes for these girls? Like if they at least like 15 and they can have access to a bank account or something, we can convince the mothers that, like, for example, if she can learn to make her own money online or in a simple offline business or whatever it is, then that can be a huge way to solve that. Because hey, now she's making money, even if a little bit of pocket money, that's the start of a huge business. So maybe then you can tell her to slow down. Yeah, go
We've
ahead.
actually initiated a small project. It costs $5
Oh,
to send a child to primary school in Zimbabwe for one term of education. And
ooh,
what
that's awesome.
I started doing is we started getting the children in our community to collect plastic waste. So our government is not collecting any waste.
Okay.
So there's plastic everywhere. And we started getting the kids to collect plastic bottles, and they fill the plastic bottle with any plastic waste.
Okay.
And we give them a 50 kg sack. And if they fill that sack with bottles that are filled with plastic, we pay them
Okay.
$5 for every sack.
That's
So
awesome.
one sack can pay for their education, a term of education. If they do 5 sacks, that's a year's tuition paid. So we're trying to find ways where we are doing things in the environment to clean up our environment. And we're going to use the bottles to build a library. In Indonesia, they are building libraries using bottles. Plastic bottles can be turned into bricks. So we're trying to be really creative in how we bring about the entrepreneurial side of solving the solution to generate the money to keep the kids in school as well.
I appreciate that. That's an amazing idea. And I'm going to be working on that in my entrepreneurship classes at university. That's good. I'm writing so many notes from this Q&A session.
And on another small project that we've been working on in Kenya around female genital mutilation, we went into these communities and we sat with the grandmothers, the aunts, all the women in the community to find out why they're still cutting the girls. In these environments, again, poverty is a big issue. They are living in semi-desert environments. The husbands and the boys go out grazing with the goats and the cows for 6 months of the year. It's a nomadic kind of way of life. And to stop their wives from being promiscuous, they sold a lie to the women that if you are not cut, you are not clean. If you are not clean, you will not get married. It's now woven into the Muslim religion as well. So there's a religious component to it. There's layers and layers, and it's a 500-year story you can't change. The cutting is happening here in New Zealand, in Australia, in the UK, in the United States. People will bring women from Africa to cut their daughters out of Africa. The way we're changing it is we negotiated with these families. We sat with the fathers, the uncles, the men in the families, and we said, what can we do to stop the cutting? This is an organic chastity belt. If you go back in history, women in the UK were tied up in metal panties to stop them from being promiscuous, right? So that's 100-year-old story as well. So what we've done is we've negotiated that during the rite of ceremony passage where the girls are cut, we will gift the family with a goat. A $25 goat has stopped the cutting rituals in villages in Kenya. Why a goat? Goats multiply really fast, so there's a lot of wealth associated with owning a goat. A goat in Kenya is worth millions of shillings. They don't
I'm sorry, what's the shillings?
They don't kill them for meat. If they need protein in their diet, they puncture a vein, they drain the blood, they have blood sausages, so they keep the goats alive.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
goats also give them milk. So there's a lot just associated with one animal. So we are a group of African women who fundraise for those $25 goats. And when the rite of ceremony passage happens, we give the family as almost part of the girl's dowry. So when I got married, my father got goats, he got cows. There's a lot of pride associated with the dowry that's paid for a girl. And we're doing it in advance to stop the cutting. So we are succeeding in villages in Kenya as an example. You can't just go into these communities and say, stop doing this. It's part of their culture. We have to negotiate and find different ways of stopping these rituals. So we're succeeding in these communities, and we're hoping that this pilot project can be replicated throughout Africa around female genital mutilation as well.
That's good. To be honest, like I can't really talk about this topic because in the statistic that I have read in the many different studies and statistics, I looked for like this topic or like statistics that shows me how many victims fall to this crime, but there weren't enough data, so there weren't any statistics. Maybe
Yeah,
because there are no
reports.
reports.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
that's the issue we have. In rural parts of Zimbabwe, a lot of young girls are dying at childbirth. They never get documented. We don't even know what the stats are, but we know it's happening. So for the sake of time, we're going to move on to Bronte's presentation. Let's give her some feedback. I love Bronte. I met this amazing young woman in New Zealand. Her whole idea around building self-confidence. I believe that if you are self-confident, it helps you in your relationship with the man that you're with. It helps you in the workplace with your boss, with your colleagues. Just being able to share your ideas with confidence can change your life. Ruth, give us feedback for Bronte's presentation. And Bronte, you can respond, unmute yourself. We want to have a dialogue with you now before we move on to our next session.
You know, great energy, Bronte. I love the color of your hair. Red, you said, is one of your favorite colors, eh? Red and pink. So you spoke about by the time we are 7, our confidence levels, we become what we were at 7 years. I mean, that level of confidence. And I tend to agree with that, but you also came back and said you can learn self-confidence. You gave us the tools, the things that we can do to build our self-confidence. So I'm really, really looking forward to your workshop on self-confidence, you know, and just to learn more. But awesome presentation. And I love your aura, you know. You came in and you got this, so much positivity. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's so that's so lovely to hear.
Wonderful. James, let's have some feedback from you.
Yeah, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. Thank you, Bronte. And in the private chat, I was just saying it's such a great reminder that we need every day, that confidence does definitely come from within. When you start to look for them externally, then you give yourself your confidence away. Whenever you give you empower other people to say, this is your self-worth and things like that, you essentially just gave yourself away. It's like you gave your whole being away. It's insane. But it's, and I agreed, like to the whole early ages, up to 7 years, like one of the things I actively do as a father, and my wife helps remind me, is to build confidence in my daughter, build confidence in my sons, and the way that we treat them and the way that we empower them to try things out, because these early ages form their brain so much. And confidence is a huge thing. And it starts with as simple as, you know, being confident in the moment, just saying, I choose to be confident. You know, I believe that I am confident, and then acting it out that will follow from there. So yeah, I absolutely loved all the points that you made. And one of the things that resonated, and I briefly mentioned in my talk, was that courage isn't the absence of fear, it's acting in spite of it, which is really that confidence to just take action. And that ties back to when I was thinking about, you know, faith in yourself, faith in what you're talking about and the purpose that you're expressing. It's like, you know, believe that if I could just help one person, like, you know, when I think about doing these speaking occasions and things like that, we can focus so much on what if they don't like me? What if I don't have anything that's worth adding value to, or somebody that's going to think that's a dumb idea? You know, we could stay focused on that. Instead, what I've chosen to do is, what if there's just one person in the audience? And I shared what I was about to share, and that changed their life. I would have robbed them of that opportunity for being changed, and I would have robbed my opportunity as well. So that's what I was thinking about. And I love your topic on that, building self-confidence. So thank you for sharing it. It's brilliant.
Thank you. And thank you for adding your insights into that as well.
Wonderful. Angela, your last comments before we move on to our next session.
Well, Bronte, thank you so much for these amazing reminders. Those are really, really, really useful. And I really wish that I have found someone like you when I was getting bullied at the high school, because you could have really helped me. But it's okay. You can definitely help so many other people who are getting bullied in high school. So thank you so much for really taking the time and pouring your heart and soul in this amazing presentation. Thank you so much, Bronte.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Wonderful. So Bronte, Angela, James are going to be running workshops last week of October. If anybody's interested, we will be sending out the information. Join our private Facebook group. It's the HerStory Circle. Please join us there. We had Connor, one of our speakers who's coming up next online, saying that great conversation, guys. A rich learning. Thank you, Connor. We're looking forward to be hearing your presentation coming up next. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in so far. We're now going to move on to session 2 of our presentation. Thank you to all of our speakers who have come on today. Absolute honor to be working with you, to have heard you speak today. So I am going to now share our next lot of speakers coming in from all over the world. And again, we will have a fireside chat at the end of the next 5 presentations. Here we go. Thank you, everybody.
Abracadabra. The words that you say and the pictures that you create in your mind create your life. Hello everyone, I'm Ray Wynn, a winning ray of sunshine from New Zealand. As an author and energy healer, my mission is to empower you to heal yourself. I understand that life can be stressful, but what you may not be aware of is that stress can cause you dis-ease of the mind and body. Are you frustrated, in pain, or not working on all cylinders? As someone that has been on this planet for 72 years, been through and conquered many challenges, I now walk my talk. I have combined a lifetime of experiences, study, and resources that have empowered me to turn my life around. Now I can help and empower you to do the same if you are willing to learn and take action. The realization that the words you say and the pictures that you create in your mind create your life is a big aha moment. It was for me, and that can change your life when you realize. And the realization that you can heal yourself is another big aha moment, and more than often, life-changing. Yes, you have the power to change your life. You are a healer. We are all healers. I haven't always, excuse me, I haven't always believed this way. I once used to get regular colds, bronchitis when I was a child, sore hips, weak ankles. I'd go over on them regularly and had a very low self-esteem, especially as a teenager. I never felt confident or clever. I felt frumpy. I never felt good enough, thin enough, and especially not beautiful enough, not even lovable enough. Even in my 30s and 40s, I had a high profile in the community. And when I look back at what I had achieved, I did amazingly. However, I never felt it. Through my own thinking, I allowed others to make me feel small. Well, that's certainly changed around now. As I say, I'm a winning ray of sunshine, and I'm often referred to as a ray of sunshine. My thinking had caused it all. I have now turned my life around and feel so good about myself. If you can't feel good about yourself, love yourself and who you are, how can you expect others to love you? How can you have love to give others? Others don't create our dis-ease within us. Certainly didn't with me. It was my own thinking. Yes, what you think about yourself does matter. I grew up with a sister who was ill a lot of the time. Over many years, I watched her suffer. She suffered leg amputations, finger amputations, going blind, kidney failure, plus a lot more. I can remember vividly so many times I heard her screaming or in a coma as a child. I watched my father's body fade away slowly with cancer and my mother's mind fade away with Alzheimer's. And I was determined not to go down any of these tracks myself and to help others avoid it where possible. I became a nurse when I left school. Oh, did I tell you I went to school to eat my lunch? My self-esteem was so low, I didn't even enjoy it. Especially when a teacher says, why aren't you like your sister? Why would I have wanted to be like my sister? She wasn't well. But they didn't mean that. She was very studious and really wanted to learn when she was at school. So I went to school to eat my lunch, but I have not stopped learning since. I pride myself in being a graduate of the school of life. When you stop learning, you start dying. I have learned from everyone, every experience that I've had. It's amazing. From little babies to 90, 100-year-olds. You can learn every day from everyone you meet. I love seeing people change after having their aha moments, when they realize that they are creating their life. I wrote a book, Your Health is Your Greatest Wealth, an easy reading, common sense self-help book to help people to empower and heal themselves. It offers the answers to so many issues that you may be having in your mind or body. No matter where you come from, what circumstances you are facing, what sort of life you've had or are currently having, you have created it. Maybe unconsciously, and maybe your upbringing has had a major bearing on it, but you and only you can change it. There are many great doctors and scientists that I've studied that have proven that through the amazing power of our subconscious mind, we do and we can heal ourselves. Think about it. We all started off as a sperm and an egg, forming one cell, which multiplied and multiplied, creating a fetus, and eventually you were born, I was born. Our subconscious mind formed every organ, tissue, cell, muscle, bone, and system within you. And it knows how to heal you. You've just got to give it the right environment. So we do create our lives. We don't have to tell our hearts how to beat, our lungs how to breathe. If we cut our finger, we don't say, this is what you've got to do to fix yourself. Our bodies know how to do it. We've just got to give them the right environment. So as you grew up, you were conditioned by your parents, your teachers, your siblings and peers. This was different for each of us. However, as an adult, now, whatever you have experienced in the past and maybe you're holding on to, I call it baggage, you can change. You can reprogram your mind and be and feel better. Better about yourself, healthier. My life's been a fascinating journey. I didn't always think this way. I have learned many lessons from experiences, as I said, and encountered that I've encountered along the way. Now at my young age, I continue to learn. I've travelled to many countries. I've worked in schools in Zimbabwe and shelters for the homeless in India, visited orphanages and schools in Nepal and Bali. I've had many different careers, studied and used several different healing modalities. I have rubbed shoulders with the best and worked with some amazing people. Guess what? No one is perfect. I don't care where you come from a third world country or from America or wherever. Everyone just is. We are all beings of energy on this earth, and these temples, yes, our bodies, for a purpose. And each of us has a different purpose and journey. So what is it that you really want? What really matters in your life, and how can you change it? What you say and think to and about yourself is so important. The relationships you have, the people you hang out with, what you put in your mouth, what you eat, the quality of sleep and the exercise that you do or don't do, all matters. Your mindset and actions are so important. Your mind does what it thinks you want it to do. It hears and believes what you keep saying to yourself. Life's like a mirror. It reflects what you put out there, positive or negative. So are you a prisoner of your past? Unfortunately, you can't change what's happened in the past. And I know many people have been through some horrific things. I was molested as a 10-year-old and gang raped as a 14, 15-year-old. I've blocked all of that out and I've forgiven and moved on. You can't change the past, but the way you look at it will change things. Things change when you change the way you look at them. You can't look backward and get ahead. Try it. I think you'll find that you'll bump into a few obstacles. Always put yourself first. You are number one in your life. Love yourself. You will shine then and have the energy to give to others. And happy, positive people attract other happy, positive people. No one will encourage you more than you. Don't compare your life with others. That is judging. There's no comparison between the sun and the moon. They both shine when it's their time. Build your self-esteem and quality of life by repeating positive affirmations daily. Here are a few that I actually tell people all of the time. I suggest to them, I am enough. I loved me. I've got all of these, by the way, I've got these written on my mirror in my bedroom. So I am enough. I have phenomenal coping skills. I learnt those ones when I was looking after my mother with Alzheimer's. And nothing and no one can disturb my peace of mind. If someone starts annoying you or something, just keep saying either out loud or in your mind, nothing and no one can disturb my peace of mind. Nothing and no one can disturb my peace of mind. Your body does, your mind does what you keep telling it. So it changes you. There's a big shift happens when you have positive affirmations and gratitude for everything that comes into your life. Laughter is the best medicine. Did you know that a smile and laughing releases endorphins, happy healing hormones in your body? They boost your immune system. And a smile is free to give and receive. So keep smiling. Surround yourself with positive people and learn to say no without feeling guilty if you don't want to do something. My sister, the one that had her legs and fingers amputated, as she got older, she realized that staying happy was one way of coping. She was happy on the outside anyway. She had her moments, but she told jokes about her feet, her phantom feet, and she laughed a lot. It was a mechanism she used to cope, and it did help. She also got on the floor and did exercises daily when she could, and without the legs, she got off balance and just started laughing every now and then. So laughter is the best medicine, and music is the next best medicine. Music in your life, music is actually programming. So watch the music that you are listening to. Some of the most modern music has got some terrible words in it. Good music is great. I love my rock and roll. When I go to the supermarkets and the cashier says, "How's your day been?" I always say, "Fantastic, thanks." Why would I want to have a lousy day? It boosts them and it boosts me. It's just staying positive. I was recently online with a group of people who are making a difference in the world. One lady was teaching forgiveness, as she had learned to forgive the people that killed all of her family. Ow. Another was paralyzed from the waist down. She was called the poop doctor. She was actually a doctor. She had become ill because of diet and lifestyle, and she would only poop once a month, and she ended up with lupus and real major issues, and now she's paralyzed from the waist down. So she's out there telling people, live healthy. Your mind and actions towards diet, lifestyle, and your environment cause 70% of dis-ease. I call it dis-ease because it's just dis-ease of your mind or body. Any disease, cancer, heart attacks, whatever, is just dis-ease. It's your body telling you there's something wrong with your lifestyle. Your choices matter. Where you live, your work, the people you spend most of the time with, and what you put in your mouth all matter. Your upbringing and your genetics may load the gun, but your lifestyle pulls the trigger. As I say, dis-ease of the mind and body is a tap on the shoulder saying your thinking and lifestyle are making you ill. It's time to take full responsibility for your life. There is always time to make changes. You're never too old. Exercise your mind and body and think positively and have a happy, healthy life. Abracadabra. The words that you say and the pictures you create in your mind create your life.
Hi, Connor here from the Boonwurrung land in Melbourne, Australia. And I'd like to open by acknowledging elders past and present and any First Nations or Indigenous people who may be joining us today. And I also want to acknowledge the challenging times that all of us are living in around the globe. Here in Australia, we've had a number of lockdowns, as I'm sure you have around the globe too. So just taking a moment to acknowledge that this is a very challenging time that all of us are living in. Now, let's bring a bit of fun, if you like, to the opening of this conversation as well. I'm a Scot with an Irish name and an English accent and an Aussie too. And I'm wearing my Scottish rugby jersey, and you'll see behind me there is an Australian rugby jersey. So rugby is an absolute sporting passion of mine, and I just thought I'd bring a bit of myself to you in this conversation. And also, in terms of sporting theme, down there is a little golf club, so that's a passion of mine too. And on a more personal perspective, my passion is my family. So there's a photograph of my wife, myself, our son and our daughter jumping into the pool, fully clothed, for a special celebration. And we had a bit of fun doing that. So that's a bit about me personally. Professionally, prior to doing the work that I do now, I used to work in the supply chain. So a picture over my shoulder there of some trucks, or lorries as they would say in the UK, because in my former life, I used to be a supply chain executive. And an area we'll be talking about is women in leadership. And it's certainly a passion of mine around working with women in leadership, especially in that supply chain space and more broadly. So what do I do now? I'm an executive coach to C-suite leaders, C-level leaders, and also around women in leadership, where I hope that I work with leaders to serve them from the inside out, find themselves so they can be more effective and better leaders of themselves, of their team, of their business, and in society. So there you go. That's a little bit about myself. And we're here to talk about influence. Now, for many people, I know that can be a challenging word, a challenging concept. And we can have negative connotations, negative self-assessments around, why do I need to influence? Influencing is difficult. Influencing is tough. Why should I? Well, hopefully today we'll unpack that a little bit. Influence starts with passion. Influence starts with passion. One statement. And the second statement is, influence is not about you, it is about others. Influence is not about you, it is about others. Okay, well, let's start with the passion first. What is it you're passionate about? What gets you up in the morning? What gets on your goat, if you like? What challenges you? What pees you off? Is a way of doing it, or another way is, what is my purpose? You know, what really motivates me and energizes me that gets me up in the morning? That's the space that is best to see how you can influence and shape for others. So for me, again, happy to share my passion from a professional perspective is leadership, most especially how leadership is changing in society today. And I think it's changing in two ways. Firstly, it's changing in how leaders lead. Who is it that folk today will choose to follow as a leader? And I know from the work that I do and the conversations that I have and the reading that I do, that it is leaders who are more self-aware, potentially even more authentic. That's not to say leaders haven't been authentic in the past, if you like, but authenticity and self-awareness is core. As is the ability to listen, the ability to be curious, the ability to co-create, the ability to create an environment of psychological safety where those folk who are being led can bring their best self to work and add value and create good outcomes for the business, for the shareholders, and for society. So that's how it's changing in one way, is how leaders lead. More empathy, more curiosity, more co-creation, more better listening. And the second where it's changing is senior leaders. Most senior leaders have to now be leaders in society as well as of their business. Trust in the traditional institutions of church and state and media is dissipating. And we are looking for our leaders of business to be more cognizant and aware of how they can be a leader in society. And very much part of that is more women in leadership in senior positions to add to that weight of being a leader in society. So that's my passion from a professional perspective. So that brings me to coaching and working with organizations in that space of self-development leadership. So in some small way, I hope to influence and shape the thinking of the world of leadership and what leadership looks like today, unashamedly. So let's get to a couple of practical areas once you've found your passion about how you can influence, be influential, and use this notion that influencing is not about me, it's about serving others. Two things I'd like to share with you. The first is around brand, and the second is around relationships. Okay. Brand, is it a dirty word? No, it's not actually. And it's a reality as well. So you may be saying to yourself, I don't have a brand. What is my brand? I don't know what my brand is. Well, we all have a brand. And a way of looking at our personal brand is, how do people talk about you when you're not in the room? That's your brand. That's your brand. So if you want to find that out, go and ask. And you can ask these two questions of others, which you can also ask of yourself. So if you want to find out how your brand, what is your brand to others, is ask these two questions. What am I known for? And how do you see me? What am I known for? And how do you see me? And then conversely, if you want to work on and for yourself in this space of brand, you can ask yourself that same question. What am I known for? And how do I want others to see me? Now you may say, well, I'm saying to you that known for is in the space of verbs, in the space of doing. So what is it you're bringing to the party? Where do people really value what you bring to the party? And in the space of seen as, it's more of a metaphor. It's more, this word brand, it's more of a metaphor and how people talk about you. So for me, very happy to share that the words that I hope I bring to the table, if you like, in terms of how people think about me, is trust, service, and value. Am I trusted? Do I trust myself? And am I trusted by those who choose to work with me? And also by my family and by my friends. Service. I truly feel I am in service of others. I'm here today to hopefully give you some insights, which is of service to you. And the third, value. I hope professionally and also personally that I provide value for those who I have relationships with. So that's what I hope to be known for. And seen as is more of a brand. So here's the three things I hope I'm seen as from a brand perspective is caddy, the CEO's caddy. I'm a golfer. I walk alongside my clients. So I picture myself, and I've been told that one of my mates said, mate, you're like the CEO's caddy. You walk alongside your clients. I went, absolutely. The other is ally. I am humbled and privileged that I have been called an ally for women in leadership. I set out in my supply chain journey and now coaching journey to work with and mentor women and leaders to bring support women's careers into the senior leadership positions if that's where they aspire to do. And now I'm privileged that I both mentor and I guess as I'm doing now, talking about and taking action in the space of women in leadership, which I've been told is being an ally. And the third element of the brand, if you like, is author. So I've mentioned around trust in terms of, what I want to be known for. It's also that link to me being an author, and, very proud to say that, I've written a book on the subject of trust. So those are the areas that I hope that I am known for and seen as. Now, I can't go past an amazing TED talk here and share this with you with a lady called Carla Harris. And she talks about three words in this same space. And my take on what Carla says is those three words have to come from inside you, really authentic. And when you can own those three words, share them and talk about them. And one of her three words was tough. She was given the feedback that she wasn't tough or tough enough in the Wall Street banking space. And she said, right, I'm going to eat tough, talk tough, be tough. And lo and behold, within 3 months, she was being referred to as tough, which is what she wanted to be known as and seen for. So, influence and brand. Let's move to the second place of influence, which is relationships. And this idea that relationship building is how you can be influential and how you can shape other people's thinking, especially in the domain, the space that you're passionate about. So how is it you can build relationships where you bring your true self to that? And then also you bring your curiosity, your listening, to help others unearth what it is that they're passionate about in this same space. And also bring your wisdom, bring your stories, bring what it is that makes you passionate about this area to the listening of others. So that's how we can build relationships and be influential and in service of others. So if we start to kind of bring this together, what is it that you can do in these three areas that will serve you well? So let's think about passion. What is it you're passionate about? What gets you out of bed in the morning? If you can find that place, then I'm going to say to you, you'll want to influence, you'll want to be influential, you'll want to shape the thinking in that space because you care about it, it matters to you. The second is brand. What do I want to be known for? And who do I want to be seen as? And the third area is relationships. How can I bring myself to this relationship such that I can serve you, that I can provide value to you by giving you insights, stories, wisdom, and allow you to share and for both of you in this relationship to co-learn and co-create outcomes in the space within which you are both passionate about. Letting you have a little think there around what I've just asked you to consider. And as ever in any presentation or thought, and even in a coaching session, it doesn't have to be, but it can be very helpful to then start to move to another stage of what's a commitment? Is there a declaration that you might like to make in this space around being influential, shaping and serving others and the way that they think in the space that you're passionate about? So just have a little think about those three areas. My passion, what is it? How can I find that out? Well, a way of doing it is what pees me off, if you like. The second area is brand. Use the Carla Harris technique. What are three words? Even find one word that you start to embody and feel from inside you and then bring that to the world. And then the third area is what can you do from a space of relationships? Who are you having conversations with? Who are you opening up to in terms of this is where you're passionate about? And also, where are you learning? What research and what learning are you doing, which also can be in the space of relationships? And how can you learn from others and where they're coming from to open yourself up so then you can build on that to use to shape and influence the thinking of others? So I hope that that serves you well and provides value for you in the space of influencing. So to wrap it up, influencing is not a dirty word. Influencing is a way of serving others in the space that you're passionate about. I hope that gives you something to think about. It's been an absolute pleasure joining you on the HerStory conference today. And after this, I look forward to any questions that come up in the Q&A that's about to follow. Stay safe, go well, and I'm with you all the way. Take care.
Hello, my name is Lillian Fairley. I am 54 years old and I reside in Orlando, Florida. This is my story. Looking at me, you can see that I am a black woman. Short, petite. You may not be able to tell that I'm a mother, a single mother, but if you see me with my son, you'll see that also. But I also have ADHD, and that's something that you can't look at me and just see and tell. And contrary to popular belief, yes, black people do have ADHD. Black boys, black girls, black men, black women. Yes, we can have ADHD. And it's just as crippling for us, if not more, than for others. Because we already have the stereotypical belief that black people are lazy. They just need to work harder, try harder, looking for an excuse or the easy way out. Some even believe that we're just stupid or less than. We'll never be doctors and lawyers and any of those kinds of positions because we're not smart enough. Well, I'm here to tell you that we are smart enough. And having ADHD has nothing to do with our intelligence. It has to do with how our brains are wired. There is a deficiency in the neurotransmitters of dopamine and norepinephrine. So it's how our brains function, how they process, which causes a serious delay or deficiency in our executive function skills, which are the skills that we need to regulate and operate in everyday life, doing everyday tasks that most people take for granted. Things like being able to focus and pay attention so you can plan and organize and prioritize a project, to follow steps and create steps 1 through 5 or whatever to get from A to Z in that project. We are not able to do that. We struggle with that every day. There are 5 common symptoms in ADHD. Short attention span, distractibility, organization, time management, impulse control. Those are all the things that I struggle with on a daily basis, whether at home, at work, with my son as a mother, out with my friends, talking on the phone. Because ADHD affects every aspect of my life. And I did not come to any of this realization until one afternoon when I was sitting at the table preparing for yet another 504 meeting with my son's high school, 9th grade. And I was going through all the list of comments that they mentioned, and I went online and Googled the signs and symptoms of ADHD and printed them out because my son has been diagnosed since 1st grade. I highlighted all of their comments and then highlighted the signs and symptoms that matched up exactly with their comments. And I took all of that to our 504 meeting and gave each teacher a copy along with the counselors and admin staff that were there, so they could see what ADHD looked like in their class, because clearly they had no idea. They seem to all think that ADHD is just a kid that's bouncing off the walls, failing every grade, not listening, being defiant. My son was none of those things. And that's because his teachers and most people don't understand that there's more than just one type of ADHD. There's actually 7. Classic, inattentive, overfocused, temporal lobe, limbic, a ring of fire, and anxious. I had to figure out which types my son had so I could get the proper treatment for him. Because they're not all the same and they cannot be all treated the same. They only share those 5 common symptoms. All the other symptoms within each category is different. And the symptoms show up differently from males than females. They show up differently from young childhood to middle school to high school and even to college. You'll see different symptoms. And some symptoms that may decrease. But it's all part of our ADHD. ADHD doesn't go away. But we can manage some of those symptoms. I had never heard of ADHD until I had my son. But I had heard hurtful comments throughout my life, like, "You're not thinking." What made you say that? Did you even think of that? Doesn't even make sense. Did you even think about what you said? What's wrong with you? I need you to focus. Pay attention. Listen to what I said. I just told you that 5 minutes ago. How did you forget? Because then I didn't know I had ADHD. I just knew something was off. And I began to believe that maybe I was stupid or slow because I couldn't understand why I couldn't just get it together. So I went and got tested. It took me till my son got into 9th grade for me to realize that I had ADHD. It's not a personality defect. It's an invisible brain regulation delay and deficit in brain chemicals that no one seems to want to acknowledge. It's not just in kids. It's not just in one race or culture. I grew up in a foster home with a wonderful foster parents. My foster father died when I was beginning middle school, Halloween night, but I still had my mother. 3 months into my senior year in high school, we were living in Florida, I came home to find an ambulance in front of my house. I immediately knew something was wrong with my mom because she was an older foster parent. I ran in the house to see what was wrong, and I see her strapped to the gurney, and they're rushing her out to the ambulance. So I run out to the ambulance with them, try to get in, and they're like, "No, you can't ride in the ambulance, you're a minor." I was like, "You're taking my mom away, I'm going." And as I sat in front of that ambulance, I thought to myself, she's gonna be okay. She's gonna be okay, I know she has some health problems, but she's gonna be okay, and she's gonna come home, and she's gonna help me finish my senior year in high school, and she's gonna help me get ready for graduation, and she's just now letting me start to see boys and talk to boys, and I had been nominated to be a debutante, so she's definitely gonna help me to go through that process and get ready for the contest and learn to dance and all of that stuff that it takes to be part of a debutante, the ball and all of that. I was really excited about this senior year. We get to the hospital and they go to the back and work on her for a few minutes, and they come back out and tell me that my mom is dead. They told me that she's dead, and my whole world just exploded in that moment. I said, no, God, this can't be happening. this can't be happening because she's got to be there for me to, she's got to be there to help me with the debutante ball. She's got to be there to see me walk across the stage and get my diploma. She's got to be there. Someone has to be there to see that I made it, that I'm not a complete failure, that I'm not stupid. I graduated. I did it. That one moment changed my entire life forever. My home life was never the same. School was never the same. College, work, everything was so different. And it wasn't until I got to my 40s, actually my late 30s, I had my son at 36, when I really started to realize something was really going on with me that I couldn't ignore anymore. And it became more prominent in my 40s and even more so in my 50s, till I just couldn't ignore it anymore. Because I was really failing at work. I was fighting like hell for my son, but I was really struggling with my own self. And even when I got that diagnosis, I still didn't do anything about it because I was still so focused on him. I had to get him graduated. I had to get him to the finish line like I did. So I had to change my whole mindset. And once he graduated, I had to start focusing on me. What am I going to do about me? I fought for him. What am I going to do now to fight for myself? To help myself. There are ways that we can help get ourselves through the day to kind of quiet those symptoms. And they're not all bad. We have good signs and symptoms of ADHD. We just got to plug into those and make them work to the best of our ability. Shine with those. We can be impulsive, but sometimes that's what helps us to think outside the box and come up with some of the best ideas. But we have to be able to face the fact that there's something going on. I have 5 A's that get me through. I had to first acknowledge that there was something going on, something that didn't feel right all through my life, every single day. I had to go and get an assessment. That's when I found out that there were 7 types of ADHD and that I had 3. And that ADHD can be misdiagnosed as just anxiety disorder, bipolar, or depression. And it can be completely missed for years in females. I had to accept the diagnosis once I got it. Sit with it. Deal with it. I had to take action. Either get therapy, take medication, do exercise, meditation. Well, meditation's hard for us because it's hard to focus and stay still and stuff, so. But I had to figure out what works for me. And lastly, affirm. I had to surround myself with positive affirmations and positive talk because the negative talk was just too much, and I had to reset my mind and know that God's got me, that God doesn't make mistakes. So I have redefined ADHD for myself to mean awesomely effective, distinctly delayed, highly gifted, and divinely different. Thank you for your time.
Greetings. My name is Fuchina Kirkendall, and I'm coming to you from Duluth, Georgia. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be here with you. I cannot tell you how honored I feel to be here among you women, women of distinction, women of power, women of grace. And it just gives me the pleasure and honor to be among you all. As I mentioned, my name is Fuchina Kirkendall, and today I'm just going to talk to you simply. First of all, it's not my fault, but it is my responsibility. The truth of the matter is I've been angry and bitter for so many years. I've been bitter many years of my life. I would constantly spew out toxin to anyone who I thought offended me or who I felt did me wrong. I'm not sure if any one of you been like that. You know, I always had the attitude of, Lord, why do I have to be the punk? Why do I have to be the person that always have to hold my tongue? Why do I have to be the person that always have to hold my feelings when it was my feelings that just got hurt? Why? I just didn't like it. I couldn't understand it. And honestly, it made me angry. It made me very angry because I always suppressed it. And I suppressed it to a point that I came to a point where I exploded to a place where it's just unhealthy. It affected me personally against my marriage. My marriage ended. It affected me on raising my children. It affected me in my professional environment because I didn't know how to separate. When you hurt me, you just hurt me. I'm not sure if you've gone through what I've gone through, but I'm just here to tell you my story. As a result of this, I didn't like it. I got to a point where it just spiraled down to a point I didn't like it. It's not my fault I was sexually abused. It wasn't my fault that I was constantly rejected and abandoned. It was not my fault that people always scarred me or always judged me without getting to know me. It wasn't my fault that, you know, what I did as a survival in life, people deemed me as being promiscuous or negative. Am I the only one? I was always criticized without even given the opportunity to find out what was going on with me. And you know what's interesting? It came from the people that was supposed to protect me. It came from the people that was supposed to be in my corner there to be there and protect me and to help me. And not once have I heard or someone ask me, why? Why are you the way that you are? What makes you do the things that you do? Not once. I felt like I didn't have anyone to lean on. I didn't have anyone to protect me. So I did what I felt like I had to do to survive. And actually, I didn't care what anyone had to think or say about it. It was just my protective measures. And so I came off as negative. I came off as standoffish. I came off as, you know, you just better be careful, you know, on how you approach China because she's a live wire. And honestly, they were actually correct. When actually, I'm a very sensitive person and I've always been. I just needed someone to protect me. I always had to protect myself and I had to protect others, but no one was there for me. Am I the only one? It's not my fault. No, it's not. But you know what? It is my responsibility. It is my responsibility to take the negative and turn it into a positive. I can no longer blame people for the things and the action I have done for what has been done to me. I know I have to take control. I have to take control of my life and no longer give my power to other people. I have to take control so I can learn what life is really about without having that anger bottled up inside of me. What if I just let it go? But how do I do that? I found out there's power within me. There's power in my voice, and I have control over it. I can no longer let them have control over me. I have control over me. And you know what? It feels good when you get that realization. And some people ask, well, how do you do that? And it was simple for me when I finally I was sought after, and you ask who, and I allowed God to be that person. Now, he may not be that person for you, but he is for me. And that's what I had to do. I had to delve deep in myself, and he sought after me. He sought after me and pursued me, and he saw me, because grace and mercy will follow you wherever you go in your life. I don't care if you're in your highs or you're in your lows. It will find you if you're seeking it. God came in. He saw me in my filthiness. He saw me in my anger, my bitterness, and everything that I was doing. And he picked me up out of that miry clay. He cleaned me off and washed me clean as snow. He came in and he breathed the breath of life in me. And you know what? It felt so good, because I didn't know there was something better than this. He didn't care that I was molested. He didn't care that I had a sex addiction. He didn't care all the things that I've done. All he cared about is that I was a willing participant, and I wanted to give my heart to him, and I wanted to fully submit to him. So once I did that, life was so good. It's almost like in the Bible when Saul became Paul, when he was on the road to Damascus and he had the scales over his eyes. And Saul, when Jesus came and said, "Why are you forsaking me? Why are you hindering my people? Why are you killing my people?" And the scales came off his eyes. And that's what it did for me. The scales came off of my eyes. And I saw life totally different. My attitude changed. My whole persona changed. Everyone saw the difference in me. Now, will I tell you it's an easy road? No, it's not. And can I tell you that it's always going to be roses? No, it's not. I'm not going to tell you that. I will be telling you an untruth if I told you. But what I am telling you is, once you make the initiative and you do it, God will take care of the rest. And all you have to do is do the right thing. It's the golden rule. Treat others the way you want to be treated. And one of my favorite scriptures is, bless those who curse you. Bless and do not curse. So what does that mean? You mean I have to pray for my enemies? What do you mean by that? So yes, you do have to pray for your enemies. And you know what I learned? It helps, and it's uncomfortable. But you know what? I had to do it to the point where it became comfortable for me. Yes, it does work. When they say prayer changes things, yes, prayer changes a lot. And it starts within you. It starts within your heart. And it makes you walk a new walk. It makes you talk a new talk. And not only personally, but professionally as well. And so the things that you used to do and say, you just don't. And then you get your power. What power are you referring to, Chena? Glad you asked. I'm talking about the power of your voice. So you no longer let those stuff go by. And I'm talking about those nickel slick comments that people like to make. Yeah, they do that. And it comes from home sometimes. And sometimes it comes from the professional environment. And sometimes you learn there are some things that go on that doesn't require a reaction, because then you start looking at it like, you know what? It's just not worth my time. It's just not worth my time, because what I've learned is silence is a reaction as well. And I say more in my silence than I do in some of my responses. And honestly, I have learned that when I be quiet and I allow him to handle it, it turns out much better than I ever imagined. So when that time comes, I just sit back and I'm like, I'm just going to give it to you. I'm not going to worry about it. And when he does, he makes it better, because you understand this. The enemy will put stumbling blocks, but God will use them as your stepping stone. You have people that will throw dirt on you, and that's fine. Let them throw the dirt, but just take the dirt and pack it under you. And the more you pack in, the more you're packing, then you're above the ground. Another thing I would love to use is sandpaper, because you have people in there. You can turn your life around. You could do whatever you want to do, but people still see you as that person you used to be. And that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I've learned I don't have to cater my life to people anymore. As long as God sees it, and as long as I can make a difference in one person's life, then I have accomplished my mission. So with that being stated, the things that I used to accept, I don't accept anymore. Medea, Tyler Perry, Medea's character once said this in one of his movies, and he said, "It's not what you're called, it's what you answer to." So keep that in mind when people are trying to criticize you or they're trying to make you go back to what you once were. It's not what you call, it's what you answer to. I was once called negative. I call myself positive. That's what Jesus calls me. I call myself now beloved, sought after, lovely, beautiful. That was then. We're here in the now. And you know what? It's okay if they want to stay stuck, because what they think is no longer your problem. The only thing you need to worry about is you. And that's it. And as long as you're being the best you, that's all that you can do. But what I've learned in my travels and in my mission is it's okay. We're not perfect. We're going to make those mistakes. And yeah, we have one of those moments where we might fall back and you're like, ah. But you know, the good thing is you don't have to stay stuck anytime you have that fallback moment. You're like, you know what, Lord, I fell back, but you know what? I'm going to dust myself off. You had me that time. You almost had me, but you know what? I'm going to dust myself off. And you know what? I'm going to ask you to forgive me and ask for whoever I need to ask forgiveness for. If they forgive me, great. If they don't forgive me, great. But God knows my heart. And we're going to keep it moving. And we're just going to keep it moving. So I'm going to encourage you, if you're going through that, I'm just letting you know, this is what I did. I'm not a professional. I'm just a woman with a story. That's it. I just know what it worked for me. And I know if it worked for me, and if he can save me, I know that he can save you. You just have to want it bad enough. When you get to that point when you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, change will come. Because see, I know someone who makes highways out of seeds, who makes gardens out of graveyard. He will take and make beauty for your ashes. You just have to want it bad enough. And you keep at it, because consistency is the key to breakthrough. So I will leave you with the following. My sisters, my brothers, and those who are listening. Forgiveness is the key. Forgiveness is not for everyone. It's for you. Well, I don't think I can forgive someone. Yes, you can. And why? Because think about the times when you have done things that you knew wasn't right. If you are able to be forgiven, then you can forgive other people. Because the truth of the matter is, we don't have a heaven or hell to put anyone in. So start with self first. Forgiveness is the key. It's not for them, it's for you. Don't block your blessings. And I'm not talking just personally, I'm talking professionally, I'm talking financially, I'm talking spiritually, I'm talking in every way possible. Doors will open up. I promise you it will. And it's a continual thing. I don't want you to think it's a one-time thing. It's a continual thing. You'll see the difference. I have a quote that I love very much because I believe in self-check. You will begin to heal when you let go of the past hurts, forgive those who have wronged you, and learn to forgive yourself for your mistakes. My name is Fuchina Kirkendall, and it's a privilege and an honor to be here tonight.
Hello, my name is Antje Miller. I was born and bred in Germany, and 20 years ago I came to beautiful New Zealand, where I now live on my yacht. This is actually where I am right now. I'm 46 years old, so I've come across when I was only 26 from Germany. And yeah, I've just been so blessed and lucky that I got to live here in this wonderful country. My passion is to help people, and a good way to do that is usually through education, through sharing what you know and what you've learned, and maybe, you know, get people interested as well in making similar changes. So the other great passion of mine is sailing. This is why I do live on my yacht. It's probably also one of the reasons why I came to New Zealand, because it's a sailing nation, and I'm also into sailing small boats. Like this is, you know, big one, nice to live on, but my competitive side is racing dinghies, in Europe dinghies and javelin skiffs, which are really exciting boats as well. So just a little bit about me. I've got my own business. It's an online business where I support people with their health, but also if they want to create their own business, their own separate streams of income, because I think it's very important that we look after our financial health as well. So today, this talk, I wanted to really focus on healthy living and healthy eating. There needs to be a balance in everything we do. So we need to do everything, but do it in moderation. And there are many parts to our well-being, and a lot of that is spiritual, some of it is mental, and a lot of it is also physical. And it all is connected together. And we've got some wonderful speakers in our summit today that talk about some aspects of this. Now, I want to quite focus on our physical health. So that means I wanted more talk about what we can actually do very specifically to, you know, have good eating habits. That's really what I want to focus on, because with this business we've got a team who developed a wonderful course that takes us towards healthy eating habits, and it really helped me. It's been one of the things that have really made a big difference in my life. We call this Slimming for Life, because this is not about getting on a diet, because diets don't work. Diets mean that you restrict yourself for a short period of time to lose weight, but as soon as you go back to the eating habits you had before, your weight will come back up. It's just the way it is. So unless you consistently change the habits in your life, your physical will not change either. So yeah, so I'll show you what happened to me. I'll just give you a bit of an image. I have always been active, so I never felt that I was, you know, horribly fat. But I was actually clinically obese. So this is the picture on the left-hand side. That's about 15 years ago now. And then I did get into this wonderful group that helped me change my eating habits and just my attitude to a few things. And so on the right-hand side, on the other side, you see the new me, where I actually lost 13 kilos. And the great thing is I kept that weight off. So that's really the important thing for me. It has changed my life, and it has also changed like how I am. So yeah, so I really enjoy that. And so I love passing on what worked for me, and hopefully it will work for you or for someone you know, because I mean, this is really a big passion of mine to kind of try and make a positive difference. So if you think about yourself for any success, you know, the same for my success, doesn't matter if it's about business or about my sailing, you need sort of motivation, determination, and focus and perseverance. Like nothing's going to happen just by itself overnight. So it's very important to give ourselves this time and give ourselves also, they say, the slack, you know, the leeway to actually say, well, this will take time. We will learn something, and then we'll need time to apply it and make it into a habit. Like habits don't change like that. It took us a long time to form habits. It'll take us a bit of time to change habits, but it can be as little as 3 weeks to actually make some good changes and get into habits that you can keep. So I would like to today actually give you a few examples of what we usually talk about. We have this 12-week weight loss course that we do, and you're very welcome to join that one. It's through our website, slimmingforlife.online. So it's slimming, and then the number 4, and then life.online. And that is how you could join our course. But I just want to give you a little bit of an insight how we sort of attack these ideas of changing a few habits. So there's a few tools that I really wanted to share with you today. And the first one, I'm not going to go into details, but one of the things we really focus on on our course as well is the positive self-talk. And I'm sure you've heard about this. You probably go like, oh my God, she's going to go affirmations. Yes, I will. Not right here, not right now. But that is probably one of the ways we make it hardest for us to actually make a positive change, because we tell ourselves inside our head that we're horrible, that we're fat, that we're not, all these horrible things that we say to ourselves. And it's very important to change that and says that, yes, I can lose weight. Yes, I'm fit and I'm healthy. And those are the things that really change how we think about ourselves. So that's a very important sort of start to get into any, doesn't matter what you want to succeed in or what you want to change. That is very important, is that, positive self-talk. You're actually good. The second thing I want to talk about is eating low GI. So there's low GI means foods that are low on the glycemic index. Now that's sounds a little bit technical. It's actually quite easy. I've got a little graph here which sort of explains it. The glycemic index shows how a food is absorbed in your body, and this is only about carbohydrates, and how much glucose it releases into the bloodstream. So high GI foods release a lot of glucose into the bloodstream after you've eaten it, and then that glucose dives down real quickly. Whereas low GI foods, the glucose is released into your bloodstream only very slowly. That's that blue curve. And so the difference is that high GI foods make us crave for more, because your blood sugar levels drop and your body goes like, oh my God, I need more sugar, even though you've just eaten. Whereas low GI foods just keep us fuller for longer, and they're also, and this is sort of why the science came up, they help our insulin levels stay more level. And this is why low GI eating is actually recommended for anyone who is diabetic or pre-diabetic. And you're probably going like, oh my God, this is a diet. No, it's actually really cool, because it's just about changing to smarter food, really. So, that, for example, for me, that worked really. I told you already, I was, I'll have to show you, I was into chocolate, right? I love chocolate, and obviously there's a huge amount of sugar in most chocolates. And I couldn't really, get my head around not wanting chocolate. So what I found, and I have to show you this is the 100% cacao chocolate from the Ocho chocolate factory in Dunedin here in New Zealand. So I get the chocolate flavor without all the sugar. So that's 100% cacao. I absolutely love it. And the other cool thing is you can't actually eat that much of it because it's so rich, right? So I promise you, there is something like that for anything. Like even when it comes to rice, but basmati rice, for example, is very high GI. It goes into your blood sugar and makes you just crave more food and sweet food afterwards. Whereas there are brands like the Dungara Clever Rice or even Uncle Ben's that are also white rice, but they are low GI. So it just takes longer for these, for that to be absorbed into your bloodstream, and you don't get the spike in glucose and insulin. Because there comes a other little thing that if your insulin level spikes because your glucose levels have gone up, your body can't burn fat. So that's another reason why if you try to eat low GI, it's actually got a lot of benefits. So those were just two little things I mentioned here that you can do. Obviously, there's a whole list. There's a whole raft. We've got a whole list of, we call them the red sheet and the green sheet, and how to change this for that. Just little things you can change, without really changing too much, but it will actually make a huge impact on how your appetite is and how you can burn fat. So let's go get on to the next bit about how to get the portions under control. Because I think we also all know that if we want to eat healthily, we should be eating healthy portions. And it's one of these things that have dramatically changed in Western society, especially, that portion sizes have just gone up and up and up. They've actually done a little survey at McDonald's, you know, how big medium fries were, and they're now, you know, especially with calories, they're about twice as much, because there's now more fat in them and stuff, but they're also bigger than they were 15 years ago. So it's like everything's gone up, and you know, yeah, huge portions, and huge portions are actually not very healthy for us. It's a lot better for us to eat smaller portions and make sure we have a balanced plate. So one question is, how do you get to smaller portions? Because you're like, I'll be going hungry. This is not about going hungry, because if you go hungry, you will not be able to sustain those habits. So our Slimming for Life course is all about changing into eating habits that you can sustain. So there are very easy ways to actually help yourself, you know, get to smaller portion sizes. One is actually have a glass of water about half an hour before you eat. That fills up your tummy, so you actually don't feel this hungry. And additionally, quite often you feel hungry because you're thirsty. So it's a wonderful idea to actually have a good glass of water. And I do that when I start preparing my meal. So I'll take my time to prepare my meal. So when I start preparing my meal, I have a glass of water. And that has, you know, all these wonderful effects that, well, first of all, I stay hydrated, but then I also have my tummy already partially full. And the other thing, I'm going to share that with you, is actually eating of a smaller plate. And I've got this little portion plate here. You know, we should be having only a quarter of the plate with proteins, which is your meats and legumes, and then a quarter with the carbs, and then actually mostly greens, and go very slow on the fat. But actually eating of a small plate will make your brain think, oh, my plate is full, you know, this is good. I don't, and even if you then have a little bit of a second portion, it's not as bad. But if you've had a big plate already and then you have a big second portion, well, you can imagine how that adds up. So it's all about finding some smart ways that really work for you to improve your eating habits. So the other ideas we want to also address is, it's not only about what we put into our bodies, it's also the energy we put out. And I think this is not going to come as a surprise to anyone. We need to be active, you know, and everyone has their own way. As I said already, I'm into sailing, and if I get a chance to go sailing or swimming, you know, I love being by the sea. That all burns calories, and, you know, do what you enjoy. Like, I'm not saying that, you know, you should be doing something you don't enjoy, because you will not keep up doing it. So do what you enjoy, but make sure you know, also burn the calories, whatever you're eating. And there's lots of little ideas you can do. You can actually do quite a bit of exercise just at home. You know, just make sure you walk a bit more, you use the steps a bit more. And there's very easy, simple exercises that you can do, you know, that even I can do in this confined space here on my yacht. But one of the best ideas that I've found is, in the supermarket, don't fight for the car park next to the entrance. Fight for the one furthest away. You have to walk that little extra distance, and that's just going to be a little bit of good for you and your body. And because you're already in the space of thinking about food, you're going like, yeah, I'm going to get the food that makes me walk, you know, more. So it's just about simple things we can do each and every day, and to just be a little bit fitter and a little bit healthier. So yeah, if you want to join us in our course, I very much recommend that you find someone who will join you in this journey. And it's because I would also encourage you to be this person that wants to support someone else. So it's a lot easier to do this together, because then that's someone you can practice things like, you know, having those good meals, or going out and having even, you know, good meals when you're going out, and they understand what you're going through, and it'll just make things a lot easier. And yeah, so it's very positive energy. So if you do want to join us, I encourage you to come to our Slimming for Life website and sign up, or you can get my details through this course as well. So I'll just show you the website, what it looks like. It's called slimmingforlife.online, and you can sign up there, and I'll give you, you know, a call, and I'll be in touch, and you'll get our 12 modules there. of our weight loss course. So I'll just leave that one up there for you. So yeah, it's just a wonderful thing to be the best that you can be in, you know, in the physical sense as well. And there are so many simple things that we can do to actually improve. So I very much invite you to join us, swimmingforlife.online, and get in touch with me. Yeah, it would be absolutely lovely to accompany you on your journey to fit and healthy. Thank you very much.
Unmute.
Welcome back, everybody. What a wonderful session 2 we've had this morning on the HerStory Online Summit. Ruth, you're going to be chairing this next session. Let's bring on our speakers and have a fireside chat.
Hi, Raywin. Welcome.
Hi, Ruth. Getrude.
Hey,
Lovely to be
Angela.
here. It's been amazing.
Angela, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, whatever time we are catching you at today. Thank you for being part of our day. Wow. Thank you so much. Powerful, powerful presentation, ladies. And Ray, oh, the ray of sunshine from New Zealand.
Yes.
I've always known that, you know. Ray and I and Getrude go a long way back.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so good to have you on this movement. You've always supported our
It's a
vision.
pleasure being here.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Raywin, for being here. Hi, Connor, the Scots with an
Hi,
English
Ruth,
accent.
Gertrude,
With an Aussie.
Raywin, Anchi,
Hi,
Gina, how are
Connor.
you?
Gina.
Yeah. So we are a rainbow nation, really, with Ancha originally from Germany and now based in New Zealand.
Mm.
And Fushina all the way from the US. Thank you so much for joining us and being part of this movement. Right?
Thank you for having me.
So let's just go through your presentation. Let's comment, let's engage. Raywin spoke about just say it for me, Ray.
Ruth, before
Hi.
we proceed, we are hearing an echo. Can I suggest that everybody mutes themselves unless you're talking? Just remember to unmute when Ruth asks you to come on. There is an echo. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Okay, fire away, Ruth.
All right. So Ray spoke about Okay, Ray, say that word for me.
I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
What is that word?
Abracadabra.
Yes.
Abracadabra. That's a universal word that's understood in just about every language. And it means you create what you say or think. So it's very universal. So I think it's because abracadabra, you become what you think, what you say.
It creates magic for you. That's so true.
You manifest it.
You manifest it. And you spoke about self-love, putting oneself first. I don't know whether everyone was listening. Can we just chip in? Can we comment on Ray's presentation? I love Ray, and she's such a ray of sunshine for real.
I'm going to start because Ray has a very, very special place in my heart. I met Ray when almost 20 years ago. When I first came to New Zealand, I went to speak as a keynote speaker in Bali. And as you know, I've always been sponsoring children in orphanages wherever I travel. I decided to go and spend the day at an orphanage that day. And I was sitting at a dining room table with a bunch of strangers, and I just mentioned what I was going to do. She was one of 3 women who instantly said, "I'll come with you." And so off we went on
What
this
a journey.
amazing adventure that has taken us to the UK. She came with me to Zimbabwe. I would have to say that she is one of the first people who made me feel like a leader. They say that a person cannot lead unless you can share your vision and have people who follow you. So Ray, I have to honor you for that today. You know that you have a very huge part of what I do and why I do what I do. But what I love the most about Ray is her whole focus on your health is your wealth. Raywin, I'm not going to say your age unless you want me to, but I know you're well over 70. She is the youngest spring chicken I have ever met. And it's mostly because of her way of living, her way of doing, the way she relates to people, the way she feeds her soul is not just through what she eats, but it's the people she surrounds herself with. And self-love is one of those pivotal things. We always forget to look after ourselves first before we look after other people. Ray was the caregiver of her mother, her sister, absolutely dynamic woman. And I just love what you bring to the table, Ray, to remind all of us about looking after ourselves, looking after our health, because unless the oxygen tank is on you first, you can't help anybody else. Always a pleasure to reconnect with you. That's my 2 cents worth on Ray.
Ray, if I may, I loved what you shared, and what really came for me was a couple of things. Was how much you stressed about being a learner, and that really came through in your presentation. And the other one, bizarrely, is abracadabra. I was on a conference last week, and one of the speakers there actually was a magician and actually also worked in the space of executive coaching and had this amazing way of bringing his work through coaching and magic together. And he, exactly as you did, brought out that meaning of abracadabra. And I'd never heard of that before then. And then I listened to your presentation this morning and went, oh, there's some synchronicity and serendipity here. This abracadabra has emerged twice in my life now in 2 weeks. So thank you for that. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm actually writing a book. It's almost complete. It's just the cover now. A children's book called Abracadabra. You Can Fix Your Life. And it's all about emotional freedom technique, teaching children. And it's there's a cartoon of me as Gran and a monkey that I had. I always wanted a monkey when I was a child. And in New Zealand, you can't have a pet monkey. They're in the zoo. So I bought myself one as I got older. And so his name's Jimby. It's actually a little tag coming out of his bum. It says Jimby. So Jimby, it's learning to heal with Jimby and Gran and Jimby. So yeah, it's quite and I've actually called that abracadabra because a lot of children do know the word. And I'm surprised you haven't heard it, Connor.
I'd heard it, but only in the space of, a magician, a clown, or, for kids' parties. But I'd no understanding of at all what the word meant. So for me, my association is simply a clown standing in front or a magician going abracadabra. But I had no understanding of it, of the meaning and the depth of the meaning of that word. So it's interesting how we can have something in life and listen to it, but actually never question or never challenge it. And
thought about it.
Yeah.
Now you're thinking about it. Cool. I've actually I just lost that train of thought. I've got a book called Your Health is Your Greatest Wealth. I published that during the first session of COVID. It took 2 years of building, and the main message in that is the words that you say and the pictures you create in your mind create your life. And that's where the abracadabra came from.
Thank you. Yeah. My way for, put this in there, my way of sharing that in the work that I do is saying that we can re-narrate our stories. So that's my meaning making. That's the words I use with my clients and in my book.
I actually found with most of us that I mean, I listened to all of the people in the session before and this one, and most of us come back to everything's integrated. We've all got a little bit of, hey, you've got to get out there, you've got to take responsibility for your own life, healthy living, and and it all integrates, and everyone came up with different things that integrate. And affirmations, Connor, you brought up affirmations. I think we all just about did. You've got to affirm to yourself that you are a good person. And I sort of gone through a few things, and Gina, you actually said, where was it? I actually wrote that down somewhere. I love the one that when you fall down, you got to get back up. Hey, when you were a baby, you never gave up, did you? You fell over how many times? And you always got back up. But thinking other people's opinions, with yours, Fachina, was one that I really came through. And it's one thing that I've said in my book. That is all it is. Other people's opinions are just that, their opinions. And unless you take it on board as yours, which it's not because it's theirs, then you can allow it not to affect you. Just say, well, it's their opinion. I can't change them. I can only change me. I love this work. I could sit here and talk all day. But that was cool. And Jean, sorry, I'm trying to say your name, Angie. Angie?
It's Antje, like Antje foreign.
Antje, okay. Healthy living, once again, right through. So it all comes down to, if you're not healthy, if you're not looking after yourself, you're not going to be very well. And anger.
That's what I really loved about your talk, is this, like, even when you think you are actually doing all the right things, you might not be looking in the right place, so there might still be things from other people that you allow to influence yourself, because we are social beings, we are influenced by everyone around us. So I think that's really
the people around you can be so toxic. If you don't watch who you're taking into your life, who you're listening to, it's what I call toxins. And toxins are not just food, they're not just the atmosphere, they're people as well. And it can all be so toxic if you don't learn how to block them. Yep, cool. I'll shut up now. Sorry, Giddy.
Thank you, Ray. And now we had Connor, the Irish, the Scots with an Irish name and an English accent, who's also an Aussie. Wow. Yeah, that's multi-nations there in one person. And he's dubbed as the CEO's caddy. And he talks about, I love it because he's about women empowerment, women in leadership, and just supporting that space and holding space in that. Thank you, Connor. Really, really appreciate.
My pleasure, Ruth. Thank you.
You spoke about having 3 words, and then those become your like our power words, or embodying those 3 words. You choose your own 3 words, and you begin to lead them.
Yes, indeed. So specifically, I was referring to, which came to me afterwards, but again, ever the learner, a lady called Carla Harris in a TED Talk, and she refers to these 3 words. And she, in my listening to what her TED Talk, is more of a brand. However, I think that we can only really have that notion of a brand if we feel those words belong to us, and they're very much inside. So it's an inside out with regards to those words. And for me, the 3 words of trust, value, and service have emerged through my work. And I think what also is I'm learning is that those words can be at a particular part of time in your life. And that, sometimes one might drift out, another one might drift in, and that's being very much, aware of self. And as if any of you know Jim Dethmer's work from the Conscious Leadership Group, who I think does outstanding work in the space of leadership and consciousness, is not only being self-aware, but however, it's also allowing yourself to acknowledge that that's what you're feeling at that moment in time. And sometimes we can be self-aware, but not actually allow ourselves to acknowledge it. And I think that there's a link there to whatever words emerge for you as an individual. And for me, if I just stay on the word trust for a minute, you know, that really came to me at the beginning of COVID. And I woke up at 4:15 one morning in this I didn't wake up in this room, but I came to this room, my study, and just was like, I'm no Einstein or Beethoven, but picture a nutty professor. It's kind of the image in my mind. And I was just scribbling away and writing all this stuff down, which was really emerging in me. And I looked at it and went, there's my book. And I wasn't even trying to think about writing a book. And it was in the space of trust. And that now is very much part of my way of being. And from a professional perspective, my way of doing. And that's, you know, take it back to what I was sharing, this notion of influence, that influence is not a dirty word. It really isn't. It's actually a word of service, because you can find a shared passion with somebody else. And then it's like, fantastic. Well, how can I bring my passion and share it with you and be open to learning in your space? And then we're influencing one another. And in the work that I do, with mentoring with women in leadership and directly coaching with women in leadership, I have found that influencing can have a less positive, I use the word below the line and above the line metaphor rather than positive and negative, because for me, I find that a bit too binary, to be honest. It's more of a spectrum. And that can be seen as a dirty word. And this was my effort and to share that influencing is not a dirty word, and actually it's in service of somebody else.
And
I'd like to jump in there, Ruth, with regards to Hannah. You know, in our quest to try and bring more men onto our platform, I've been cyber stalking men on LinkedIn, and Connor happens to be one of those men. And what I loved about Connor, you know, we looked at his profile. He had the right keywords in his bio that literally just spoke to the kind of men that we are wanting to engage with, we want to play with, we want to bring into our sandbox. But one of the things that I've learned just through engaging with Connor in the short time that I've known him on this virtual platform called Zoom is that, you know, he talks about branding. As women, being very, very aware what your brand is and how you're putting yourself out there. A lot of times we put ourselves out there without thinking about it very, very clearly, realizing the impact of what your brand can do for yourself, for your career, and for your business. He also talks about himself as a coach, a caddy coach. You know, with golfing, your coach is working alongside you. He doesn't hold the golf stick and hit it for you. He's there to inspire you, encourage you, and help you to get on with what you need to get on with. The other thing that Connor reminds me of all the time is, who are you having conversations with? A lot of times women hold themselves back from stepping into leadership positions because of that voice that is running in your head. We are our own worst enemies. Now, Connor, when you are giving women advice, especially along this voice that holds us back, give us 3 nuggets of wisdom that a woman who's thinking, that job is mine, I want to apply, I don't feel confident, I don't think I've got the skills. What can help us break that fear barrier and step into the roles that we really want to acquire?
3 nuggets in that space. Okay, what emerges for me? Well, the first one is, and I really don't like the notion of being binary, but in this context, I am the binary. And I also want to acknowledge before I say this, that there are more than 2 genders. So I want to acknowledge that. However, I'm going to use the notion of 2 genders here. But typically, you know, near enough is good enough for men. And in my work, I find that women need to find a level of perfection, a standard that is higher before they, because I'm a man, can step into a space. And I actually want to borrow this, linking this with Ray and Sheena here about, you know, how we legitimize ourselves. So it's this notion of self-legitimacy and not being legitimized by others. Now, I know those are the words, you didn't use those words, Ray and Sheena, but that's my listening, is that we can find our inner legitimate self. So I think that would be the first one. Maybe that's two, but I'm going to link them together. So, you know, you don't need to be 95% because let's go the binary space. Most blokes will go 80% is good enough. So, and their 80% probably isn't as good as yours, quite frankly. So you're good at 80%, and that notion of self-legitimacy. And taking your point about conversations, and this is for men and women, so all genders. I have this through my learning and the coaching work that I do from an ontological perspective, is how we see language. And we can see language as a type of conversation and ask ourselves, for the sake of what am I going to have this conversation? So you talk about, you know, a number of the speakers spoken about responsibility, self-responsibility. And I'm looking at my notes here, Sheena, because you said it's not my fault, it's my responsibility. So I'm borrowing from you here that it is my responsibility to know what, for the sake of what am I about to have this conversation, and what do I want to achieve from this conversation? And even if it's a conversation with our friends, you know, in a pub or whatever, we can have a conversation for stories. And the KPI, the outcome is, have I listened? Have I learned? We don't need to overcomplicate it, but I think that's a third way. I'll stop there. That's a third way of saying, for the sake of what am I about to have this conversation? And quite frankly, if you can't answer that conversation, male or female or any gender, don't open your mouth until you can. And then also assess, what's my KPI? What does good look like? There you go. There's 2.5 things.
Thank you, Connor. And the other thing I just want to thank you with before I shut up and let the others speak is thank you for opening up your Rolodex of contacts here in Melbourne. Just for those of you who don't know, Connor literally introduced me to, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 women since I came to Melbourne. So I really want to acknowledge you for that. You've really expanded my network of colleagues, associates here in Melbourne. And I know that the lockdown is now allowing 2 people to meet, so we need to have our date.
We do, Getrude.
No more of the virtual coffees, but thank you so much, Connor. I'll hand back to you, Ruth.
Thank you, Connor. I just wanted to ask before I'll ask Ancha. Ancha, comments?
Yes, I actually, I really enjoyed your talk, Connor. I got inspired and got changed just for you. You know, Emirates Team New Zealand.
Yeah, I'm very aware there's 2 Kiwis on the line, and I'm here as a Scot, and the Scottish have never beaten the All Blacks ever. We've got a 15-all draw is the best we've ever done. So let's not go there, please, ladies.
I'm into the sailing thing, and in sailing, the Brits have actually done really well at the Olympics. So there you go, there you win. No, that's all good, fantastic. No, I really enjoyed your talk, and especially that you've actually recognized that you want to help women to get into leadership positions, and like you're saying, I think a big thing that tends to hold a lot of people back, and especially women, is the negative self-talk. I'm not good enough. I think my attitude to that is, how can I be a good influence in that position? But I would really like to kind of get your take, like, why do you think it's important to get women into leadership positions? Like, what is really your motivation? Why do you think that that's a good idea?
As a straight outcome, you know, I am a business person. I was an executive leader. So, you know, my life has been driven by results, and let's stay in the professional domain, because quite frankly, a gender balanced team gives better commercial results and better shareholder returns and better culture and better outcomes. So if we simply take the most, you know, commercial lens to it, because it drives better outcomes and has better value. However, and there is so much more than that, because we can be shared learners, we can be co-learners. And also, as I share in my, I hope it came across, that I am passionately of the belief that leadership is changing, and it's changing in 2 ways. And one of the key ways it's changing is the how, with regards to the type of leadership that, quite frankly, men, and I am, you know, white, middle-aged, 56, I'm a 55-year-old bloke. So, you know, been there, got the T-shirt in the old supply chain, kind of do it my way, do it the highway. You know, I hope I've been better than many others I've worked for, but, you know, still that's the space I've come from. That needs to change. It's no longer acceptable. And I hope I'm part of shaping the change of that language and behavior and action of leaders, which is more curiosity, more empathy, more listening, more co-creation. And that is not to say, if there is I'm going to say a white middle-aged male listening to this now goes, oh, that's a bit soft and fluffy. It still doesn't mean, you know, you have to have your vision, you have to have your decision making, you have to have, you know, times when you are accountable. Well, you're always accountable, but times when you have to make a decision. You know, they haven't gone away. This is not an either or, this is an and that's my passion. And bringing women into those senior leadership roles especially gives better outcomes. And it's more fun.
And we are good at what we do, isn't it?
Can I just say something on Connor's again? One thing that came across was your brand. What is your brand? And it's what people are saying about you when you're not there. I like that, because that's leaving a legacy, isn't it? And that's who you are. Yeah.
Indeed.
Because they're always bright when you're there.
Yeah, and if you want to know, ask. You know, so you know, please, anybody listening to this, be curious and actually ask, what are people saying about me? And what are you saying about me? What do you see? And again, a podcast I listened to this morning on my walk, which I thought was a wonderful way of looking at it, is on a scale of 1 to 10. Is there anything that you see that I might be able to or how do you observe me on a scale of 1 to 10? Let's say if I did a presentation and somebody gives you a number, and if it's not a 10, just say, what's the one thing I could do to shift that dial from 7 to 8? What's the one thing I could do? So that's so cool. How simple is that? It's like, oh, there you go.
Continuous learning and growing. Yeah, true. Fushina, you've been quiet. I know you keep dropping off. It must be the connection, hey? Unmute yourself.
I'm sorry. I think we have a car accident in our area, so it's just kind of like knocking out the internet here, which is not good. I'm happy it's happening now because I work from home, so I don't need it happening tomorrow. But I've enjoyed all of the information. And if I mispronounce any names, please forgive me. My name is Fuchina Kirkendall, so I try not to mispronounce anyone's name with a name like Fuchina Kirkendall. So I think it's Miss Raywin. I'll start with you. I love your, everything you were saying. I was like, yep. Yes, I understand it, because it is what we put in, what we put out in the atmosphere is what we're going to get back. And that's just the bottom line. We get whatever happened to us in our life, we can choose to be bitter, or we could choose to heal from it and we can either be bitter or better. That's how I look at it, and I love the way how you've turned yourself around to be better. And then not only that, you've gone back to help other people to be better. And that's what it's really all about. And Mr. Connor, the fact that you go out there and you're empowering women, I love that. I love it. And you're right. Influence is not a negative, how they stereotype it, because I love it. I wrote down some stuff for you because I'm going to take those nuggets of wisdom. I wrote down everything from you all, but the influence, when you told about the brand, how do you, your value, how do you see yourself as, and then the influence, what do you want others to see yourself, when they see you, when they hear your name, when your legacy, that's basically what you want. When when you die, you'll know how people see you, because you'll know who shows up and how they receive you. And also, you said one other thing that caught my attention: relationships. And that was really important, because that's what really goes around. Because anytime you're branding yourself, and just say when you're selling yourself or whatever, people don't really buy your products. They buy you because they like you. because they look into your passion about what it is that you want to do. So if it's yourself, like you're like, is it Miss Angie Mueller? I bought into what you were saying because one, I'm a diabetic. So I was like, ooh, I need to find that plate that she has and then I saw, your before and after. So I was really impressed. Like I'm going over and I wrote down your website. So I'll be going over to check it out because I felt your passion and I was really into it. So I really want to check it out. So I'm just happy I was grouped with such a phenomenal group of people tonight. So thank you so much. So I'll be quiet because I'm a talker.
Virginia, you did very well. And interesting, when you started off and saying you were very angry and bitter inside and you became unhealthy, it was making you unhealthy. The first thing that came to me is anger affects your liver. And that's what cleans your system. So you're going to become unhealthy. So that is one major thing to get across to people. Your thoughts, your actions, your feelings all affect your health. So, that's a major, and I just enjoyed seeing how you changed as you came along. And hey, what a beautiful looking woman. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
For China, I used the word China before, so apologies if I was too familiar there, but I heard you call yourself China, okay. So I chose to. I mean, a number of things stood out for me. Your journey, incredibly powerful in the way that you shared that. I felt touched and kind of went along the journey with you over. I think I'll slot to 15 minutes or so, and it was amazing. So thank you. One thing really resonated is it's not what you're called. It's what you answer to. Yay. Thank you. That's a massive takeaway. Loved it. Thank you.
I think I'll jump in there too, for China. One of the things I love about what you bring to the table is that you own your story. In Africa, there's a quote that says, until the lion starts to tell his own story, the hunter will always have the last word, something to that effect. You owned what happened to you. You stepped forward with no shame. And just in doing that one small step, you're empowering other women who've gone through similar experiences to do the same. And that's where the healing begins for most women who've gone through these emotional experiences around sexual abuse. Thank you for stepping into the space and owning your story and not letting the past define who you are and where you're going. I think it's really important for more women to hear stories like yours. Absolutely inspiring. Thank you for that. And the other thing that just blows me away is your faith. Just knowing that there's a higher power out there that guides you, that looks after you, that is constantly there for you.
Yes.
Even if you don't believe in God, there is something that holds this whole universe together. And just knowing that you just have to keep taking one step forward and it will hold you, it will catch you. Thank you for bringing that to our platform today.
Thank you.
And well done on finding your voice and being able to speak up. Because that's powerful. That's really, really powerful. And then we had Lillian. Lillian is a single mom, mother of one son who was diagnosed with ADHD. And she soon realized that, so her son was diagnosed with ADHD, and she also realized that she was ADHD. She saw similarities and of all the challenges he was having, and she developed strategies to help her son graduate high school. She wasn't able to be with us today. She's working, and we hope to invite her one of the coming days, so that she can also take questions and engage with us. Maybe we could talk around ADHD. Gertrude, any comments?
My biggest comment for Lillian's presentation is the fact that as a single parent, she was able to develop strategies to help her son graduate high school. I think that is a huge feat for any parent, even if you are married and you have somebody supporting you. She did this on her own. But what she seems to have done is to use what she had gone through, because she could recognize herself in her son. Imagine growing up to be an adult, not ever having had that kind of support or help, and realizing it when you see it reflected back to you through what's happening to your own child. So Lillian, I know you'll watch this replay. Kudos to you for stepping into the space, for helping other parents who are challenged in the same way. You taught yourself so much about this condition. You're almost like a doctor, an expert, a counselor. Really love having you share your experience. And especially now with so many parents having to parent their children at home because of COVID. A lot of this is going to come through when we're dealing with our children one-on-one at home. So I'm really glad that you were able to share your story with us today.
May I add, as far as Lillian's concerned, I didn't realize that there were 7 types of ADHD. I wasn't aware of that. So I really would like to reach out to her because my son was diagnosed with it, and my youngest son and my oldest son. So I would really love to reach out to her on on a different level, because I just admire the fact that, as mothers, especially a single mother myself now, that we will take care of our children. We will, take care of our children. The fact that she was able to see herself through her son, and when her son got older, she was able to concentrate on herself, and then the process began. That is a journey, to come to that realization. Those 5 A's: acknowledge, assessment, accept, action, and affirm. Nailed it. Love it. So I would love to reach out to her. So I really would.
So anybody who wants to connect with any of our speakers, we have a private Facebook group. It's the HerStory Circle. Please join the group. We will put it in the description of all of this video content as well. And that's the way you can connect and engage with our speakers.
Getrude, can I actually just say a little about Lillian, because I'm sure she's going to listen to this. I couldn't believe she was in her 50s to start with. She looks so young to be in her 50s. But she's real proof that what you think of yourself matters, and that you can rewire your brain. She's rewired hers to be able to cope with it and be able to move over it and through it. And she's accepted the dis-ease within her. And I call all these things dis-ease because that's all they are. And made the changes using affirmations and gratitude are 2 majors that she used. And I believe they changed her life. So well done, Lillian, and it's onward and upward for her, I would say.
Yeah, that was very amazing talk. Like I thought it really inspiring to actually, obviously, I don't have any experience personally with ADHD, but there's so many things out there. And don't just say that you think that something wrong with you. It never is. Forgive yourself. You are the way you are, and try to find help. I've through a friend who I actually follow online. He was very open about having ADHD, and also, like Lillian, being diagnosed as an adult. And he talked a bit about that. It's just like, okay, this is why I needed all these strategies, because I had all these challenges, and you can just do yourself a favor of looking up something like that. If any of this resonated with you or in any other way, just try to find out what it is and what there is that can help you. And yeah, I think it's really awesome that people like Lillian step forward and actually talk about their challenge so other people can learn and can be, more confident in actually reaching out and saying, well, this is okay, and like Gina said, forgive yourself, like you are the way you are, and forgive the people around you. They might not understand you. That's okay. You accept yourself and you move forward. You're special. So yeah, fantastic. It was an awesome story.
Awesome. Thank you.
And a very, very quick one, if I may, Lillian, if you're watching this, similar to Fucina, I certainly never knew there were 7 areas. So that was a great area of learning for me. Again, sometimes it's these one-liners. So accept it, sit with it, deal with it, take action. I love it. Accept it, sit with it, deal with it, take action. Class. Thanks, Lillian.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think, Gertrude, do we have parting words? You know, as I listen to today's speakers from morning until now, or from my midnight until my 3:30 now, the stories are powerful, inspiring, enlightening, and empowering, you know, personal, and it's different areas. We've spoken about health, we've spoken about careers, we've spoken about lifestyle, and we've spoken about spirituality, faith, and just coming out and being a better person, and and just growing in your faith. So this is the first day, and it was such a powerful day. I'm excited. I can't wait for the 9 days that I had. You know, thank you to our speakers, all of you, the 10 speakers today. Thank you so much.
So
Thank you
Ruth,
for
can I
yes,
stop you there for a second? I know you're
yes,
tired. I know you're exhausted. We forgot to
yeah,
give feedback to one speaker.
yeah. I'm coming there. I'm coming there.
So I'm going to start and just give
Okay.
Angie some feedback. You know, being a sailor for a start, I am
Oh,
inspired.
did I forget it?
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm inspired with your story. My husband has just bought a yacht, and I'm going to be one of your students. I would love to be the first African Black sailor in New Zealand and win some competition. You know, I had things on my bucket list in life. Never thought I would be a sailor. So when I met you and you told me what you do, I was blown away. And the funny thing is, our boat is actually very near where your boat will be. I know you're down in the south at the moment, but that's where you normally stay in the north, in the Bay of Islands. So that was one thing that I just wanted to say. Thank you for stepping into this male-dominated space and being competitive and winning competitions. Absolutely blew me away. And then, of course, on the side of health and wellness and what you're doing to help people to lose weight. A lot of us have put on heaps of kilos because of COVID. We've been stuck at home. We're not active. What I really took away from your presentation is the fact that it's not a diet and that you're just changing how you eat and the types of food that you eat. And just being more aware of what you're putting in your mouth. Like you, I love chocolate. I cannot live without chocolate. So I'm glad to know that there's some alternatives out there. So let's just give her some feedback, everybody. That's my 2 cents worth before we say goodbye. Rayward, and then Ruth, then Patrina and Connor.
Yeah, as I said before, just health and wealth, well-being. Well, health is your wealth. Yeah, it was really good information that you gave us. Fantastic. And yes, I usually get the 70% cacao. So can you put in the thing in the chat box where you said it was in New Zealand, the 100% cacao chocolate, please? Getrude can get it too.
Yes.
No, love to keep in contact. Yeah, really. Yeah, and I love to go sailing too. So maybe I need to come to Wellington.
I might come down to the Bay of Plenty, you know.
Yeah, no, great. You did very well, and some great information there for the listeners. Well done.
Thank you. You.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, I'm very happy about the Ocho chocolate, because that's I don't know, anyone who knows Dunedin a little bit, they had a chocolate factory and the International Corporation Mondelez shut it down. A local citizen initiative wanted to buy it, and they just wanted too much money. This international big corporation was just like, well, just leave us the factory. But no, so they actually the citizen initiative created their own factory. So that's the Ocho. chocolate factory in Dunedin. So they now have a chocolate factory again, and it's their own, and you can only own shares when you're a New Zealander. So I think, sorry, Connor, sorry, Bettina. but yeah, they really want to make sure that it stays in New Zealand and that they keep on doing it. And they source the cacao from farms around the Pacific. So they try to be as local as they can with cacao. So a really cool thing. So yeah, I'm very happy to share that website.
See, I don't live in the country. I live in the States. That's the disadvantage. But I've been to Australia, so I love going out there.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to say it's swimming for life. I'm sorry for the echo. I have it. I will be checking it out. Thank you for sharing. And the low glycemic index, I'm just going to be in contact with you, period. How about that? Thank you.
Thank you for Tina. Fantastic.
You're following up on that for me, Anchi. Yeah, low GI food. I mean, again, kind of got to do a bit more understanding about that. And, gosh, some, portion size. I mean, it's kind of, it's a very British expression. Hopefully it's all right. Kind of no shit, Sherlock. You think, yeah, of course, yeah, it's like, okay, portion size. So, some things we just don't see the elephant in the room. So wonderful presentation and great insights. So thank you. And your passion came through so much for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the lovely thing is that it all comes together. Like if you want to be healthy, like Raven said, you need some tools. So once you really get into it saying, well, I know I should be healthier than I am. So what are the tools that I can use? And this is very much what I'm about, is you can't do it without thinking well about yourself. You can't do it without forgiving yourself and disregarding what other people say. So everything that you guys said, sort of plays into it as well. You can't, you need those tools. But yeah, I decided in my presentation just to have the very simple tag of saying, well, these are some very practical things you can do. And I think, yeah, like you say, we all need it. I mean, me included. I call it the lockdown lad. It has to go. I have to do something about it now.
Yeah, I think the main thing is that you walk your talk. Whatever you're doing, if you don't walk your talk, you really don't believe in what you're doing.
Yeah. But it's good. It's a good way to live. I try what I can to eat healthy food. So yeah.
And
if I may, very, very quickly on that walk your talk, Raywin, there's a wonderful lady who does amazing work in Australia called Tina Patterson. And, we all get used to this notion of you practice what you preach. Tina's words are you preach what you practice. How cool is that? So Tina Patterson, if you're watching this, great work that you do. And you do preach what you practice. And I think just switching those two words around, there's a pretty cool thing.
And Anja, you'll be running a workshop?
Yes, yeah, I'll be running a workshop towards the end of the month of October. I think I still need to make sure with you guys that date that I picked is okay. But yes, I will. I was hoping for the 30th of October on the Saturday at 10 a.m. But I haven't.
And we will record all of these workshops. If anybody can't come on that day, just register. And then you get access to the replay of all of the workshops as well. So Ruth, you want to close us up for the day? I know you're tired.
So I want to, all the way from Africa, I want to thank everyone for joining us today, for participating, for contributing, for the insights, for the inspiration. A lot of inspiration and motivation. I'm still thinking about the portion, the meal portions, and I'll get a bigger plate. Is that okay? But thank you, everyone. Really, really enjoyed today's presentations. Thank you, Connor. I know we're going to be doing more with you on the HerStory. I mean, with all of you on this movement. So thank you for coming. Please tune in to the 9 days ahead as well. Come in and support the other speakers and watch us on the different platforms that we'll be broadcasting from. So for me, Good night.
Good
day.
night. What's the time, Ruth?
3:33 in the
Oh,
morning.
Sweet dreams. Thanks.
Thank
Lovely
you,
meeting you all.
everybody.
Thanks,
Have a
Kitty.
fantastic day. What's left of it, and morning for you, Ruth. Bye bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Will you play the